It is 9:30, time to get started. I'm going to call this strategic planning meeting to order. I want to welcome everyone here today. We've got at least one former mayor here. I thought I saw Dan O'Neill earlier, but I guess he was just dropping something off. I think this is the first time that this entire group has been together since we've been sworn in as a council. So thank you all for coming today. We really look forward to the next 2 days and what we can all get out of it in the direction that we hope we can provide to you all, and that we can come up with the plan that shows how we're supporting the vision for the city of Edmond. So I believe that's all I had to say in opening, unless any other council member would like to bring anything up. With that, Casey, we're going to let you start off there with item number 2, presentation and discussion of updates of the 2025 strategic plan.
Thank you, sir. Casey Moore, Director of Management Services. Before I jump into that, figured it might be good to go over just a little bit of housekeeping before we get started. So I'll run through this list real quick. Here's your friendly reminder to silence your phones so that you're not that person that's scrambling to pull it out of your pocket or your bag later. We do have restrooms available. The main restrooms, if you go out the door here, are all the way down, but then there is also a single restroom just right here across the hallway. So if you need a restroom at any point, that's where you can find those. You all can recess at any time that you would like, just as long as you do. When you do recess, Mayor, if you would make sure that you state a return time, that'll make our city clerk very happy. We do have a hard stop today at 3:30 because we have a planning commission meeting tonight. We've got to reset the room. So we're hard stop at 3:30. Just want to make sure that you all knew that. We are recording, so to the best of your ability, speak into the mics. As staff speak, they'll come up here to the podium. I do have a floating mic as needed, but we are recording, so cameras and mics are all active today. Staff will come up, provide updates while we're doing this, and I think the main thing to remind you all is obviously this is your plan, and we're here to support you in helping you try to get to where you want to be at the end of it. So myself and Jane will be facilitating. She's here to take any notes things that we need to put in the parking lot. We can put them up there on the board, and then this afternoon, when you all are having your conversation, if you need some things put in notes, we'll put those up on the screen so you all can see those, and just try to support you in any way that we can. So I think that is all of our housekeeping, unless I missed anything that anyone else can think of. Okay. All right, so we're going to jump in. I think the goal is to try to get through these as efficiently as possible. So I'll introduce the item. Staff member that is the key person on that will be prepared to come on up and speak briefly, and then obviously answer any questions that you all have, and we'll do our best to kind of zip through this and make sure that we're staying on task so you guys have lots of time. So we will jump right in. As a reminder, this current plan that we're updating was done by the Sitting Council last November, and it's a formal goal identification process. It's been going on and evolving over the last 20 years amongst city councils. This particular one has a star system that gives priorities to staff to know which goals were most important to be spending time on. 10 4-star goals, 13 3-star, 9 2-star, 9 1-star. They're all important. Just because they have more or fewer stars doesn't mean they're not as important. That was basically as direction to staff on where to spend time and resources. As we go through this, you'll see some status categories. Complete, obviously, is one. In progress means active work is taking place and progressing. Ongoing means active work is taking place, but the goal may not have a defined end to it. And then on hold, it's on hold for some sort of specific reason. So we will jump into the first strategic initiative. I'm not going to read through all those, but these are the categories that fall under quality of life. So all these goals that are in here fall under one of these subcategories for quality of life. So our first one, and I don't believe Lena's here, so if someone else wants to jump up and handle support completion of the city center complex within budget. Randy, do you want to do that? How about that?
Hi, Randy Yance, ACM Development Services. Well, we're sitting in it, so it's completed. As you all know, you just approved the last of the fixtures and finishes package a couple of weeks ago. We are under budget and moved in, and for everything I've heard, everybody's very satisfied with the building, and it's a great asset for the city. Happy to answer any questions.
Randy,
Yes, sir.
when do we expect the punch list items to be completely done?
That's a great question. I don't know. Yeah, no one here. Patrick Hatfield is working with Flintco to get those finished up. They're going through the list. Every week something new is happening, so we're working our way through those. Yeah.
Thank you, Randy. We'll welcome up Chris Knifing, support development of the revised water treatment plant expansion plan. Mr. Knifing can come up and speak all things water.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Chris Knifing, Director of Water Resources. It's been a long, ongoing project. Phase 2 currently under construction. Phase 3 supposed to get the 100% plans for review this week. Hopefully bidding it out in the spring, early summer, starting construction in next fall. Be ongoing for a little while. Projected completion, if all goes well, is in 2030. So, I think we've all talked a lot about the water plant.
How does that compare to where we were this time last year? Just curious.
It's right on target. We've said 2030 has been the goal, and that's what we're trying to adhere to. We still got to get through permitting process with the state, which we'll cross our fingers and toes and hope all works out. So.
Thank you, Chris. Next up, evaluate the most efficient and legally viable uses of city-owned properties in downtown after office consolidation. That was a lot of words for that one, so I'd lean on that one as well. Is there someone else that would like to speak to that? Randy, you're going to come up in the place of Lena one more time.
Sure. Goes hand in hand with the previous one. Now that we've all moved into this building, all those various departments, we have some properties around downtown that we need to consider what their future is. So we'll consider city needs and work for a plan on the future on what the highest and best use for those and how they can be catalytic for our downtown. So yet to be determined.
Thank you, sir. There's one of those properties right there. Okay, next up, support the construction of upgrades to AC Kaplinger ball fields at Hafer Park. I believe, Andy, you're going to come speak to that. And then you can stick around because you got a couple more.
Thank you, Casey. Appreciate that. Andy Conyers, Assistant City Manager of Administration, filling in for Brad Rainey, the Parks and Rec Director today. So, positive update to share. What's on the screen is what the update is. So, we're anticipating a spring 2026 grand opening with cooperative weather. So, really appreciate the community and council support. So, really neat to see everything going on out there. The next thing that people will be able to see out there will be the installation of the artificial turf infields, which will start to take place later this month. So, looking at a spring 2026 grand opening. And moving forward on supporting the construction of second library and YMCA facility within budget. So construction is progressing, but historic rainfall in the spring and early summer caused some delays. Currently drywall as well as mechanical, electrical, and plumbing rough-in is taking place. And the completion timeline of that is late 2026. So still within the project budget for this, which that budget is on the screen. The construction of that is the city's commitment is $30 million on the front end for construction, 1.5 from the YMCA. $140,000 from the library, and then the YMCA and library will purchase the furnitures, fixtures, and equipment. And then once the facility opens, the YMCA and library will operate and maintain the facility, as well as the YMCA will repay the city $13 million over 15 years. So there's a picture of the facility. There you go. Support the replacement of facilities at Pelican Bay. Things are going really well. As we anticipated, sort of the known unknown of this project is once we start construction on almost a 25-year-old pool, there were some things within the structure of the facility that needed to be improved more than we thought. And so you have seen a change order come forward for that, but construction is still on schedule, and we're looking at opening Memorial Day weekend of 2026. There's a recent picture of the facility. This is it.
That's not you.
This is me.
Okay, Mr. Lawrence, I believe you are next on the list here for the next couple. Support Phase 2 construction of the Creek Bend Trail.
Morning, Steve Lawrence, Director of Engineering. Creek Bend Trail is finally, we just finished up getting the last parcel for acquisition, so we're just now able to move into the design for this next phase. It's going to take a while to get through that. It has 2 bridges and a lot of environmental issues that will go along with that in the Corps of Engineers. So first project that's going to happen in this corridor should be the wastewater sanitary sewer project, but then shortly thereafter we hope to have the Spring Creek Trail wrapped up to complete the 2 ends that we've already built to it. So.
Steve,
Yes.
what's the estimated completion date for getting that section opened?
That's a really difficult one for us to tell. It's only about 3 or 4 months worth of construction, but it really is just environmental processes. The final parcel that we had to purchase precluded us from doing any of the environmental process on that portion for the sanitary sewer as well as the trail. And so, we've seen on the Northwest Trail Connector at Arcadia, that one was held up by a Corps of Engineers 404 permit, and this one will be very similar. So it's a wild card. It just really depends on the federal government how quickly they get through the process. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Support of the Route 66 Trail Connector. This project is scheduled to begin construction fairly soon. This is the one that took a really long time to get through environmental process. And so it's, hopefully the construction, it is, difficult terrain. We're trying not to tear down every tree out there. So, and goes through the ODOT process, so with the federal grant. So ODOT's controlling construction, and we are, hopeful late 2026 it'll be complete. That's the route. That low water crossing that is in the southwest corner there is what took all the time. Has multiple pipeline crossings that we had to contend with, but it'll be a great connector, and at that point we should be able to get from Spring Creek all the way to Post Road. So good connection.
We don't know what we're supposed to be doing here, just so everybody knows. Never done this before. Like awkward silence, okay.
Well, I think we have a groundbreaking this Thursday for the trail, correct? So you can tell by Steve's enthusiasm that he's really excited about that groundbreaking too. So, no, I think that past practice has just been, this is a great opportunity for staff to share out all the wonderful updates and that are happening on all the projects that are on your strategic plan. So if at any point, if there is questions about any of these, then please feel free to stop us. If not, we'll just keep talking kind of to the screen and highlighting a few more things that are on the slide. So the next one on the list, park project. Again, there's always lots of departments, but this one primarily rests within parks. This is identifying funding for the implementation of the priorities in the Arcadia Lake Master Plan. As you know, a few years ago, Master Plan was completed for Arcadia Lake. So an update on a current project is to work to, in partnership with the City of Oklahoma City, to develop a deep fork trash interception system to prevent floatable trash from entering the lake. So very excited for this next phase in this. It's been studied for a number of years, but I feel like the progress of the study has led to allocation of OKC bond funds for the Deep Fork River. Casey, if you want to slip to the next one. Here's the overall recommendations on the screen that came out of the Arcadia Lake Master Plan. Trash debris removal strategy. One of the things that we were able to implement through using ARPA funds was a better way to pick up the existing trash on the north side of the lake. So that involved just dumpsters and tippers for trucks, and I know from our users that they've seen an improvement in just the overall removal of the trash on the north side of the lake. So, and selective clearing / forest health, reservation system upgrades, which have happened, ADA improvements. We're always looking to leverage dollars as far as we can to make ADA improvements. I know there's been some dock improvements recently. Again, campground trash maintenance upgrades. We've done a design of how to make upgrades to some of the restrooms out there, and there is money budgeted in future years in the 2000 CIP to make some of those updates. Trying to stretch those dollars as far as we can to upgrade those restrooms, as well as working on marketing and branding, and then general campground recommendations, trails recommendations, which Steve highlighted one earlier, and then a prioritization schedule. So lots of great things happening at Arcadia Lake. Wonderful master plan that was put together, and just trying to identify dollars to make sure that some of those projects get implemented. I will say in visiting with Mr. Rainey as well as with the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, when you talk about two of the larger needs related to quality of life or parks projects would be the improvements that come out of the Mitch Park Master Plan, which I'll hit on next, as well as implementing some of the things that came out of the Arcadia Lake Master Plan would be two of the largest priorities that fall underneath quality of life or parks projects. And then 3-star goal, prioritize investment and maintenance of current. Yes, sir.
In terms of Arcadia, I guess I've just lost track of the list. So there's a long list of, we looked at NCIP, a long list of prioritized things.
Correct.
Do you have an idea of where we are in burning down that list, or how much of it's funded versus not?
Slowly making improvements with the limited funding that's currently available to it. The master plan identified a list of projects in the short, medium, and long term. And so some of those short term were dealing with a better way to pick up the trash, restroom upgrades, and then entrance upgrades.
Okay.
So we
Like,
were.
are those funded? Or, the nature of
Some of them are funded. So I will say that once we got back, that I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but once we got back the cost to do the restroom upgrades, of which there's quite a few on site, we realized that we needed to limit our scope to how many we could actually do. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So maybe somebody can just like offline
Yeah.
send us the list of where we stand on the
Be happy to. Yeah.
backlog of priorities and which ones are funded.
Yeah.
That'd be all right.
Yeah, be happy to. And then prioritize investment and maintenance of current park properties. So just some things that have happened recently. So the playground at Westboro Park is scheduled for replacement over the winter. I know that bid was recently accepted by the council. Johnson Park was repainted in partnership with UCO students, and we'll get to that picture next. And Hafer Park received a new restroom. We continue to pursue grant funding to invest more dollars in our neighborhood parks. So there's what happened at Johnson Park with some UCO students. So again, just trying to leverage all the dollars and assets that we have in the community to improve our current parks. One I hit on just a second ago, support the development of a new master plan for Mitch Park. So it's progressing. Public input included focus groups with stakeholders in a public survey that closed November 21st. If you were out at Luminance, you saw that some of those draft concepts were shared with the public. And the presentation of the plan is anticipated in spring of 2026 and is funded through park tax. So.
All right, Randy is going to come up and speak about support the city's obligation for opening the Uncommon Ground Sculpture Park.
Thank you, sir. If you've been by, you've noticed that there's a lot of construction going on Uncommon Grounds. Mr. French continues to make a lot of progress. They're now starting to make a lot of the vertical improvements. So 3 building permits have been issued. The main one you probably see is the Eagle's Nest, formerly known as the Bird's Nest, that's coming out of the ground. On the city side, we continue to work on the stormwater improvements that we promised to make to Huntwick to alleviate that problem, and to which travels through the park, and then we're under design for the improvements on Coltrane along the park's frontage. So.
All right, thank you, Randy.
Casey, if I can just
Yes, sir, please.
interject something. I want the council to know that probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, Mr. Entz and Mr. French and I had lunch, and there were 4 or 5 things hanging out, and Randy got those addressed, and that was important. I still meet with Mr. French once a month, and those aren't the most pleasant meetings at times, and that solved a lot of problems in a short period of time, so thank you.
Okay. Andy, you got one more item if you want to come back up.
Yeah, support continued investment in the improvement and expansion of youth sports facilities to best meet the needs of the community. So just a few examples of some things that have taken place to accomplish this goal. So improvements to Mitch Park added 6 T-ball fields, and again, very appreciative of our partner, EYSA, who handles all of our youth baseball programming. Whenever the AC Kaplinger field began, I apologize. Oklahoma weather's got the better of me. Whenever the AC Kaplinger project started, it was anticipated that there wouldn't be youth baseball in Edmond for the entirety of that project. And our sports partners stepped forward and invested their own dollars to make sure that T-ball continued at Mitch Park. So really appreciate that. And we've had record attendance to the leagues. Additionally, the city added ADA parking and some traffic control measures out there. And then the Service Blake Soccer Complex is enjoying new concessions, restrooms, and offices. And the center court facility and competition pool at Mitch Park continue to serve young athletes with top facilities in the region. And then the Junior Golf Academy at Kicking Bird has been established and is flourishing, and we'll see a picture here next of that. So just wonderful things going on underneath this goal.
Andy,
Sir.
where on this list of expansion and improvement of youth sports is the parking lot, the parking situation out at the soccer fields?
It's not identified on the city council strategic plan. It was identified when a master plan was done of Service Blake. So there hasn't been any identified funding for that. So if that is something that the council would like to see move forward, then potentially that could be an item that gets added to this list. But it was anticipated on the second phase of improvements to Service Blake.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think if that's an interest, somebody's going to have to pony up some money to buy property, because that property is maxed out.
Yeah, I mean, or we have to eliminate some of the fields. I know.
Yeah. We've done a lot of elimination. I think, and before we get too far down the road in the Mitch Park plan, when does that come to where kind of the final stage before approval of that, Andy? And I'm particularly thinking about, as Brad and I talked, in terms of rectangular fields. I mean, I think if we want to talk about youth sports, it's a swing and a miss if we don't look at some way of getting rectangular fields where we can at least play flag football leagues in Edmond instead of vastly outside of Edmond. And I mean, the proposal potentially is not that much money in meeting with people. So I don't want this to get too far down the road before there's additional input before it becomes final.
Yeah, so in the spring is when it's going to come forward. I know that was definitely in the northwest section, I think, is the real opportunity to potentially add those fields. And so that's been something that we've gotten lots of feedback through the survey process. So,
Okay, good.
All right, we're going to move forward and look at some of our public safety items. So next up, support the construction appropriate staffing of Fire Station 6. Chief?
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Terry Essery, I'm your fire chief. I was blessed to come in the stages of this project when all the hard work was done. So I just got all the fun pieces, and I think the punch list is finally done or just almost done. But we started running calls out of the station on August 21st. It's 11,000 square foot, and it came in at about $1.6 million. And this is the first fire station that we built since 2005. And in doing so, we were able to add an additional seven on-duty firefighters with an additional engine and an additional brush pumper. So we're able to add those assets to our service area. And since we've opened the station, we have ran over 314 calls with a turnout time of 46 seconds. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you.
Hey, sorry, yes, one. Has the design begun on moving, which one is it, right by the soccer field, Station 3?
I'm sorry?
Has the design begun on moving Station 3? Is
It
that a question
has.
for you, Andy? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
It has.
it has begun?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. I'll welcome up Chief Younger. Got a couple of updates on some police items.
Thank you, Casey, Mayor and Council. J.D. Younger, your police chief. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the police training facility. This has been on the books for a couple of years. I would like to bring up and recognize Patrick Hatfield, Larry Campbell, and Chris Knifing and his crew in this project. This has not just been a construction project. Kind of the impetus for this expansion of our facility out there is the current facility we have just can't handle the volume of training that we put through it. It's on a well and septic. The design of the building itself does not accommodate the number of people that we run through both academies or in-service training. And as you know, Edmond really prides ourselves on attracting high character, quality people, and we do that by providing them what we think is best practice training across industry. And the police department is no different, that we want to be able to provide that both at the onboarding stage and then continuing through in-service. And so the facility that's before you is going to allow us to continue to provide that and elevate that training. We do anticipate the design process to be completed and kind of move into the bidding and construction phase in this next year. And you see the financial or the fiscal impact of that, and those monies have been budgeted and we have those. Just really want to recognize that the process has gone well. It would not have reached this place without Patrick and Chris and Larry investing the time that they have in this, and so I appreciate them, and I think you'll be really pleased with the outcome. We anticipate that to be done around January of 2027.
Remind me where it is, Danforth?
Yeah, Danforth, East Danforth at the police training facility.
What's the cross street-ish?
Well, it's just east of the wharf, so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Looking on the map, thanks.
Yeah. North side of Danforth. And then our second facility, this is another one of those that's been on the kind of the drawing board since 2017. We're really excited about it. For those that may recall, the city used to have possession of an actual house that was converted into a police facility for our Lake Patrol unit that they are staffed there during the summer. That house was condemned for environmental reasons, and so for the last 8+ years, we've been in a loaned building from the Corps of Engineers on Route 66, and so it's a really exciting time to be able to come to this close to having a new facility out there. Some of the delays in the construction of this project has been intentional on the city's part to identify what parcel of land would be best to not only accommodate the patrol lake facility, but potential future expansion for other city departments. So we've been really intentional about the placement of this facility. In addition, we've had some work with Chris and his team on how to supply the infrastructure needed for this facility. And so we have an interim solution to allow the construction to go forward. But ultimately, y'all know better than I, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, we see the expansion of infrastructure out there to bring a lift station that's going to be needed eventually. But someone has to pay for that, and it's not cheap. But we think we have a solution that's going to allow us to move forward. Again, what this will do is provide a very visible facility for your lake patrol staff to work out of and citizens to go to when they need assistance out there. As you can see from the notes here, we're 75% complete on the design. Again, Chris Knifing, Patrick Outfield, Larry Campbell have invested considerable time in making sure this facility will be a really state-of-the-art facility for the people staffed in it, and that it will last for a long time. And so I'll take any questions about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief. So that's the end of our quality of life section. Any questions on any of those items that we need to revisit before we move to the next section of updates? Okay. Next up, we will move to economic development. And so we've got quite a few items here. I think this is where a lot of our road projects we're living. So Mr. Lawrence, if you want to come up, I think you're going to have several here. So I'll welcome Steve up to talk about those, beginning with Danforth and Kelly.
Okay. So Danforth and Kelly is another one of those projects that's been around since 2014. Been in some sort of design, utility relocation, construction. So I guess everybody knows it's under construction. The contractor is a little bit behind schedule. That is also another project where we received significant federal funding, so it is being managed. The contract for construction is through ODOT. You know, the origination of this project was mainly a safety project. This was one of the most high collision rate intersections in Edmond, and so it'll look very similar to Second and Bryant when we're done. It'll have medians out there, very small medians to keep people from turning left close to the intersection, and that's the majority of the safety improvements. It'll also have, you know, right turns and dual lefts. So, but it's running, I think, about a month behind schedule. So, you know, late spring, early summer, it should be wrapping up out there. Implementation of phase 4 of the ITS. So this is a project that is also received significant amount of federal funding. And so it has also gone through the ODOT process of construction. It's under construction right now. They're running a little bit ahead of schedule, but still think summer 2026 is the appropriate time. It basically goes through, and about 20 intersections we're replacing kind of all the old electromechanical, really outdated equipment, updating it with equipment that we can connected to live with the ability to see what's going on out there and to make adjustments as needed, as well as incident management around collisions and things like that. So really happy to have this project. Once we finish phase 4, we've really just have one phase left. You know, these corridors, the 33rd Street corridor was kind of one of the most important ones. And so really good to see all that data kind of coming online and seeing we're gradually getting the new cameras online and everything else as they go through construction. Good project.
Hey, Steve, are we still collecting and maybe publicizing data for how this is improving life for Edmond people?
Yes, we try to get that information out there as much as we can. You know, for instance, and we'll see similar results. So we've seen, you know, when we implement ITS at an intersection, we've not only seen the ability for delays to go significantly down, but it also improves safety. We're able to make small adjustments to intersections, to signals, to timing which greatly significantly, affect the actual safety of an intersection. So there's a lot more to it than just moving traffic efficiently as possible. But we've seen really good results with the data before and after ITS on these intersections. So
there's people who criticize it, that's why I'm saying that. And I know we talked about this when I was on CIP, and the data that you guys provided was helpful. I think for the public, people just need to realize the city hasn't spent that much on this relatively. It's been, in my view, a cheap fix, but I think we need to continue collecting those safety and throughput, I call it, measures. What people don't know is if these weren't here, what would it be like, right? So it's always just criticism, but I think we need to be publicizing. This is a thing that we're really doing. It's leveraging technology that's pretty advanced. So that's just something I would recommend.
Yeah, I agree.
moving forward.
And how we've implemented this in multiple phases, it's been a slow progression. I know a lot of people that have moved away from Edmond and come back and said, where did all the traffic go? So, it's whenever you're here and you see traffic every day, obviously it's in the foremost of everybody's mind. But the improvements that we've made have greatly helped, and that's what the data shows.
Preston, to your point about publishing the data, about where the improvements are occurring, a lot of that being the safety factor, I am so in line with you about we got to keep talking about it because, as you know, I'm one of the people that just bashed the ITS for years because it doesn't necessarily speed up your travel path as I have timed it year in and year out on 2nd Street. But when you hear the safety results, it's like, okay, shut up and understand that it's getting better. And I appreciate the fact that, we have started talking about it. So let's keep it up.
Will do.
Don't go far. All right, next one, continue to support communication between city, county, state, and federal stakeholders for funding a multi-year transportation project plan. So we're very fortunate that we have great relationships with all of our elected officials at all these different levels, and we have been successful. I think one of the things with this specific item was having dedicated funding. That obviously, with paving the way, is in place. And so if you remember in that list of how those future projects would be decided, one of the bullet points talks about leveraging additional funding from other levels. So this is something that we have always worked on, and I think we have an opportunity to hopefully take advantage of now that we can point to some dedicated funding specifically for some transportation projects over the next few years. So, and then here's just one of the things that we have now that's going on. That's a great example of this, where we're working with ODOT on the corridor study that is going through on 2nd Street and Broadway. So we will continue to work and leverage everything we can. Yes, sir.
I think the piece of this that we haven't done yet that, like you said, I'm hoping or excited that we'll do with the new paving the way thing is consolidating all of the last part of the sentence says a multi-year transportation project plan. And from what I've seen, like Brad probably has it in his head, and Steve maybe, but we haven't consolidated all those, put them in order, right, per all the metrics that we've talked about. So I'm excited to see this develop into something that is integrated with all the, traffic, PCI, CPI, PCI, right, all the things, and come together into something that looks more like maybe the ODOT 8-year plan or something that we can just work down the priority list.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Okay, Steve, you want to come back up? Continue planning in coordination with ODOT for revamping of I-35 corridor.
So you mentioned ODOT's 8-year plan, and they do have that 8-year plan. They are also, subject to the same economic constraints we are with escalation in construction cost and lower sales tax collections. So they've, originally the project that they just now completed out there with the bridges for the future turnarounds. That was supposed to be completed and with the next project moving in right after that. Right now, we're looking at probably September of '27 for when the next project is going to kick off to kind of change all the frontage roads to one-way out there. We've done everything on our side to prepare for it. We've moved all the utilities. We've coordinated with everything necessary. We've recently installed a new driveway at Fire Station 4 so that they can access 15th Street through the OnQ. And so it's one of those things that wish that it would have moved forward in succession quickly, but we've got a little bit of time to wait before this next phase.
I think I heard that was, maybe Mark, you told me this, that was because of ODOT funding not being available until 2027? Is that why it's waiting right now?
Yeah, it's funding.
Okay.
They've shifted, every year they adjust their 8-year plan.
Yeah.
And so, Edmond, early on, Edmond had contributed to this project $4 million out of the $40 million, which at the time was 10%, to move that up on ODOT's 8-year list. And so we got that moved up. And then, of course, the project has gone to at least around 80 million instead of 40 million. We're still just on the hook for 4 million, but they're getting to it as quickly as they can. But it's been a funding thing that they had to shift around a bit.
Okay. People have asked me, and I've seen online a lot of discussion about why are the bridges just sitting there now, and it's because we're waiting on funding to hit, right?
Yeah, bridges to nowhere. It's typical for bridges to be constructed separate from surface improvements. It's just specialized. Yeah.
Okay. Just so people know. That's why they're sitting there. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks.
Implementation, updated pavement management plan. With all the data that we've got a really good understanding of our pavement conditions and which streets are bad objectively. And now that we've had a successful sales tax, we've got at least a good idea of what we're moving forward with. Right now, we're spending the $4.5 million a year roughly in resurfacing, and so that'll be something that we need to look at moving ahead with the recommendations from the data that shows that we should be spending more to kind of maintain the consistent level of pavement out there now. So continuing to kind of massage the data and make it useful and get maps that are easy to understand and look at the economics and be able to move forward with a similar type of 8-year plan on our side. Interim improvements at Danforth and Sooner. So this was really a safety issue as traffic was backing up in the afternoon northbound on I-35 due to Danforth and Sooner being a 4-way stop. We've done several improvements there. We added some turn lanes with some pavement management money and have it set up for the signals. The signals are starting to go up. It'll be a temporary kind of a interim span wire signal, and so it will get the flow off of I-35, and it should greatly increase the ability for people to get to and from I-35 in the morning and evening out there as well. With that, we're also installing a signal at Danforth and School, which is about a quarter-mile west there, where we also have a lot of safety issues due to speeds and things like that in the area. So those two projects, we got good bids on them. Came in significantly under. Some people had asked if we could just move on out to Air Depot and Covell and throw in a signal out there. Not able to do that the way the contracts are written, but we are working on a plan for Air Depot and Covell to do a similar type of thing.
You know, some of these, I think, to Preston's point, going forward, a couple older residents had commented to me, we used to do a better job, maybe YouTube channel or something. I know engineers, Bill, probably don't think about messaging, but you need to bug them enough to where they do, and put out progress statements of different projects that are ongoing so that people have an idea of where things stand, and especially those, it's important that not necessarily the city that's dragging the ball on a couple of these. It's in cooperation with, and our partners a little bit slow because I don't know how much detail really needs to go into it, but you know, just a status report would be helpful for people.
Steve will be back, I'm sure. But next, we'll bring Christy Batterson up to talk about CityLink.
Christy Batterson, Housing and Community Resource Director. So this goal was put in as one of our final goals out of Edmond Shift of finding, which is our multimodal plan, and finding funding for CityLink. We are a subrecipient of Embark, and what that means is we get a federal allocation based off of what they get. It's around 8%, and that is set by federal legislation, not by anything else. And we do get that. It covers about 50% of our operations and 80% of our maintenance costs. We do contract out our operations and maintenance with our ATP Dev. And so it covers about half of our contract. Per federal regulations, you have to put in some type of other funding to it, and it usually is local funding. So the rest of our funding does come from general fund. We have been working with a regional concept and just completed an ACOG accepted the long-range transit plan. We are a key partner in that. That was paid for by Embark through, I believe, their MAPS 4, and as well as ACOG put a significant amount of money up into it as well. And Norman Transit is also part of that. So we'll be working as a transit working group to implement the next steps with that. I have received some funding through ACOG. It's FTA 5303 money, and I'm planning on using that to reevaluate our routes. We are at the point where we need to implement a route out to the conference center and to that area, which we've also applied for with a grant. But we basically, for operations, we have maxed out all our grant funding that we can get. We already receive it. Capital, we're pretty fortunate when we go after grant funding for capital, which is our buses. We usually win it, and so but that's an 85-15 split or an 80-20 split. So we always have to have matching funds, and they cannot be federal funds. They have to be local or some type of other funds that come in too. But we'll be looking at our, I need to update the transit chapter out of Edmond Shift, which is what I plan on using some of that ACOG money for, to look at the feasibility of our routes currently.
Questions? Does the valuation study that's happening include our buses?
Well, I want to do a separate, so the long-range transit plan included all our routes. So it included Dorman, Oklahoma City. It also, also included Capital Trolley, which is out of Logan County, and it also included RTA. And so it's got a short-term, mid-term, and long-term, like a 10, 20, 30-year plan over that lifespan of that plan, and will continuously be updated. I would like to look at our local routes, even though they did do some analysis. I think we can look at our routes again. As you know or may not know, Route 1 we rerouted because of Danforth and Kelly to try to stay on time performance, which is very vital in transit. And so we've rerouted it, but we're going to need to go back and look at that route. Once you implement a route, it's not easy to take it away. And so we're going to even having to look at how Route 1 is going to be going in the future. Route 7, like I said, is proposed to go out to the conference center in the Sooner and Covell area, something that is not served right now. As well as if that happens, we'll be picking up some assisted living and long-term independent living centers that have been asking for service. But we do need to look at our routes. We look at our routes every year, but we need to do a more comprehensive study on them.
Okay. That was my second question. My first question was about valuation of like sponsorships for the buses.
So the sponsorship of the buses, we do get about $12,000 in advertisement. So all those bus benches and bus shelters that you see, the silver ones, those are actually leased out by Tyler Outdoor Media. We do get $3,000 a quarter, and then we get a percentage of their revenue if it like makes a profit off of it. We get some of that. And so we get a little bit of that. We are going to be working with the sponsorship that several departments we're looking at to see if we want to wrap a bus. If we have infotainment on the inside of the buses, we have advertisement racks on the inside of the buses, so that is an option. And, you know, we do have to report that annually to NTD, and it could affect our funding. So the more you bring in from outside sources, the less the federal government thinks that you need.
Okay.
Catch-22.
Thank you, Christy. Randy, utilize recommendations from studies to enhance pedestrian safety and provide increased sidewalk linkage.
So we continue to be pretty successful in our efforts to get grants from ACOG and other federal monies to improve our pedestrian infrastructure around. Probably the biggest one you'll start to see under construction soon is an ADA improvements from Santa Fe all the way to I-35 along Edmond Road and 2nd Street. That includes sidewalks, crossings, all those things, the ped heads, all that stuff. So they will all be brought up to ADA. We do look, several of those are TAP grants, which are transportation alternative grants that we get through ACOG, paying for those improvements. So we partner with them regularly. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Ince, I've
Yes, sir.
been asked by some folks out east about sidewalks from the neighborhoods east of the proposed or the pending schoolhouses.
Those sidewalks would most generally go in with development as it occurs. They have to put the sidewalk in along the section lines and then within the neighborhood. Sometimes as we do street projects and widenings, we also include the pedestrian infrastructure as it happens. They will go in over time. The school is putting sidewalks in around the school on their site.
So from the school on, say, Covell,
Mhm.
east to those two neighborhoods, east of the schools,
Mhm.
will there be sidewalks there?
There will be sidewalks on the school property, and then, are there sidewalks there now with the new development?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
That's the reason they were asking, is
Okay.
if kids want to walk to school.
We'll look to use federal monies or maybe other ways to fill in gaps that we have in the sidewalk network out there as the school comes online.
Thank you.
Hey, Randy, do we currently have a list of like sidewalk gaps that we're trying to
I
fix?
believe we do. It was part of the Edmond shift,
Okay.
showed that kind of pedestrian needs that we have throughout the city.
Okay, thanks.
Can I follow up with that? The sidewalk gaps, so you shook your head that yes, we have a list, and do we have identified funding or a priority list, or what does that look like?
We don't have a dedicated funding source for it, no. We, on kind of yearly basis or every other year when we're able to apply for federal grants, that's generally what we use and go after to fill those gaps.
Okay. Can I see that list? Curiosity.
We can pull it out of Edmond shift
Okay.
and send it to you.
That'd be
Of
great.
course.
Thanks.
Randy, I'm going to just add a little bit to both of your all's questions, because we seem to get a lot of inquiries about why there's no sidewalks on Bryant from our city limits down to Memorial. And I talked to Mayor Holt, and that is one of the street improvement projects that was approved in their bond issue, was street improvements there on Bryant from our city limits to Memorial, and then putting sidewalks in on one side to connect to our sidewalks. So those neighborhoods, even though they're technically in Oklahoma City, we seem to get a lot of calls on it because it's an Edmond school. So that has been brought to light in Oklahoma City.
Yeah. Well, when we think about, I hear about traffic and our traffic problems a lot, and especially, I've had a few citizens reach out to me lately about school time traffic and the drop-off lines, and, if there's not sidewalks to our schools, or if the schools maybe don't have a policy regarding walking, then yes, those lines are gonna continue to back up. And so I appreciate the city looking at our role and how we make our city more connected for traffic purposes, but also for people who don't have a vehicle or people are in a wheelchair. And anyways, so thank you for looking into that.
All right, thank you, Randy. Steve, Lawrence, you want to come up and talk about reconfigure Boulevard between 2nd and Main Street and support corresponding utility relocation and improvements?
Speaking of traffic around schools, so basically, 2nd and Boulevard is the intersection that affects all the intersections around it. It affects 2nd and Broadway. It affects everything north and south. It is kind of the limiting factor in the whole downtown congestion. Anytime you hear somebody talking about east-west congestion on Edmond Road, 2nd Street, in this area, it has to do with this intersection. So we've got a preliminary design on this intersection. It's a difficult intersection to kind of add capacity to and to make more pedestrian friendly. Basically, the design will remove some of the median on Boulevard through the area. And with that, there's a lot of utilities that are involved there. Edmond Electric has lines down that median. So that part is expensive for the utility as well. So we do have money funded for this, this fiscal. We're looking at applying under the Surface Transportation Block Grant with ACOG for this project. It's more of a $6 million project, at least for the non-utility portion of it. And so with that, we hope to get a good matching portion from ACOG and make our dollars go further. Hopefully we won't have to spend the entire $3 million would be the goal. So we've applied for that. You know, it also includes the intersection. We've got separately from that same design engineer designing 2nd or Main and Boulevard, looking at pedestrian access as well as just kind of during school times being able to get in and out of that area. And so, you know, with that, it's kind of an important project for connecting UCO to downtown. And we looked at doing that with, you know, part of this building project. That didn't really make sense. We did widen Main Street to facilitate a signal at Main and Boulevard. And so it's kind of ready for that. It is one of those that we're applying for a safety grant for. You know, it's safety grants, we get 100% match, or we get 100% instead of having to do a 20% match. And so we're hopeful to get something on that. It does qualify for all those things. It's near a school. It's downtown pedestrian area. So that's the goal on that. So moving forward with those grants to see what we can get.
Steve, the history buff in me, technology nerd, when we redo that intersection, 2nd and Boulevard, I'm assuming we're going to completely redo the signaling at that intersection?
Yes.
Okay. We've got a historical artifact in the middle of that intersection right now, above the street. The brackets that hold our traffic signals in the air are the original version of the Pelco Astrobrac. And we need to get a couple of those down and into the History Museum.
Okay.
I know most of you don't look at things like that, but those brackets that hold the traffic signals up in the air are secured to those mast arms with bicycle chains. And that's the original design that Phil Pardoon, the founder of Pelco, came up with when he started the company. It's part of Edmond history, and I just want to make sure we don't forget that as we tear all that down.
Absolutely.
along that note, but not quite that specific, because I didn't know that. So the Statue of Liberty statue that's been in that median, is there thought about where that might go?
We will work with the Visual Arts Commission and find an appropriate home.
Great.
Pursue the advancement of Covell Parkway development, special emphasis on safety and intersections not fully widened. So when we kind of had uncertainty in funding for roads, but still the need for improvements out there, we've looked at doing interim improvements where we can. Certainly at the intersection of Covell and Air Depot, with the new schools coming online in August, that's one of our high priorities. We've got that under design. We're hopeful that we won't have to move utilities, which so that we can at least get a left turn each direction and a signal at the intersection before school opens. That is our goal. If everything works out in our favor as far as utilities that are out there, hopefully we'll be able to do that. At the very least, we'll be able to get a interim signal out there, even if we're not able to get left turn lanes in there. Got some challenges out there. Right now, with the stop signs, you don't notice it, but if you're going east and if you had a green light there, you would catch a lot of air. So challenges with the vertical profile, kind of keeping it to where people stay on the road where they're supposed to be, is one of the difficult things there. But we are working on that. It's supposed to get us a middle any day, and hopefully we'll have something accomplished there before school starts. With that was, we've been, coordinating with the schools. It's typically kind of, in the way our growth happens in Edmond is the property owners build the roads. So we are having a little bit of luck with the Crossings Community Church that's going in, that is widening on their corner, which will help facilitate this project. The school's budget didn't allow for it. They've had all the same problems as us, so their budget didn't allow for them to do widening out on Air Depot with this project. The one good thing about the design for the new schools is that they are designed to have a lot of stacking and storage within the school property. They've made a very specific point on the school to make sure they have plenty of room for stacking within the property. So we don't think that will be a big issue at Air Depot and Covell. The other intersections we're looking at on Covell is Covell and Western. We're looking at just a minor modification out there, looking at possibly a roundabout. It is a four-way stop now. It's one that I hear a lot about because the rest of Covell has, signals, traffic flows pretty well, and then you get to the four-way stop in AM, PM rush hour, it really backs up. I hear a lot about that one. So we're looking at an interim improvement there for possibly a roundabout.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
The Covell and Air Depot, the semis that are hauling the trash out of there, you know how bad that corner is when they turn
Yes.
west? When
Yes.
they're southbound turning west.
Yes.
I know Mr. Stewart and I have had conversations about this. I don't know what we do to keep those guys from turning west. We've asked nicely. We've asked not so nicely. And they were supposed to go south to Route 66. I think they wanted improvements so that the visual, cut down some trees. You all accommodated that. They're still turning west, and it's a mess at AM, early AM, late PM. Can we look into that again and see what our options are about that?
Sure, yeah, we can revisit that. I know we've done what we can to encourage them to take an alternate path. I know
I've done
that
everything but get on bended knee.
Yeah, right.
And so I don't know what we need to do about that, but that's a mess. And if we do improve that intersection, they're going to tear it up in short order with those trucks.
So one of the good things about the improvements that the church will be doing is that it will have a larger turn radius for those trucks to be able to navigate a little bit easier around that corner if they continue to go that way. Still not a good situation, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Have we looked at the possibility of a roundabout there at Covell and Air Depot?
We have. The way that the traffic hits that intersection, it's not a great place to do a roundabout. The way that the traffic is rather one-sided or three-sided, depending on what time of day you're at, it's not a great candidate for a roundabout. But we've looked at that.
Yeah, and I asked that question because Carmel, Indiana has managed to take out 80% of their traffic signals
Yeah.
and put in roundabouts all over the city.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they're faced with similar situations.
Yeah.
And how are they handling it?
Yeah, no, I wanted to put a roundabout here. It's also on a hill, side of a hill, a fairly significant hill, which makes it more difficult with the roundabout, particularly when you're looking at, freezing weather and things like that. But mainly, trucks need to be able to navigate it without, tilting their load too much. And so, yeah, we've looked at that, and it may be that we do an interim improvement out there with this interim signal with left turns, and we kind of continue to study the traffic data and see if we can, go the way of a roundabout instead.
Which, by the way, I finally found something I disagree with Mary Moore on, because I'd love to see those trash trucks continue to turn west on Covell so they don't drive past my neighborhood.
Hey, Steve, you didn't mention,
Well, there's a lot more we disagree on. I just hadn't said it out loud.
so there's nothing here about Covell and Coltrane. I know we've talked about maybe a phase plan for doing something there rather than a $40 million, magic happens type thing. So where do we stand on that?
Yeah, that's an intersection that, I think our interim plan for that intersection is just to kind of gradually widen. We definitely need a northbound left turn lane to kind of help just the overall flow through there. I think our overall plan is to look at interim small steps to widen, not the massive 3-bridge project. One of the difficulties with that we do have is that those improvements to do that need right-of-way, and it's rather expensive right-of-way at that intersection. And so it's one of those things, do we spend $1.5 million on property acquisition, or do we spend $1.5 million on pavement repair right now? So it's trying to figure out all those priorities, all those goals, and how to align. Literally, we had money budgeted for that intersection for $1.5 million for buying one corner of the golf course property. I took that money and we're putting in the interim signals at Danforth and Sooner, as well as School and Danforth. So it's really just triaging, trying to find the best immediate use of funds. So if we can get some funding established and a plan to move forward, a little bit of stability in kind of our pavement management funding, that will, I think we'll be able to do some smaller interim improvements there to gradually increase the.
Well, I'd like to add that to the list, Jane, because a phase plan for that intersection with some lower dollar wins, I feel like is something that at least maybe all of us would like to weigh in terms of priorities for next year dollars, CIP dollars, whatever. I think a lot of people are wanting to see some improvement there, and I think there's some things we can do incrementally.
Yeah, it's always been a high priority intersection. We would not have removed the funding for that right of way had, as we were going through the GO bond process, the committee thought it was too big of a project to tackle. And so that project kind of got just, because it was so big, kind of got pushed back. So if we can find some interim ways to make some improvements, I think that's that's a good way to go.
Like start moving the gas equipment, for example, right?
Right,
I mean,
yes.
work with whoever to start working that, right?
Yes.
I think the public just wants to see there's a plan and there's progress, and we're not just going to sit on it for 10 more years, right? The other one is Covell and Air Depot, right by it's in his ward, but it feels like there's some safety issue there with the rail and the narrowness when you're going east. So I don't know if there's anything in discussion on that one, right by Mitch Park there.
Okay. Santa Fe?
What did I say? Santa Fe?
Yeah.
Did I say Air Depot?
Yeah.
I had Air Depot up on my map, sorry.
Yeah, we've been looking at Covell and Santa Fe. It's got some issues. And so we've got some ideas short-term how to make adjustments and to keep people from hitting the guardrail. That's been a number one goal. I know Keith is ready for us to find a solution for that.
Did Keith run into the guardrail? Is that what that means?
Yeah, it's a really expensive guardrail we've got out there.
Okay, probably
So-
lower than the others relatively, but.
Yeah.
another
No,
one
it's
to think
one of
about.
those intersections that we get a lot of requests from property owners to the south of there for trail access or pedestrian access to Mitch Park. And so it's with the box structure bridges, it's a similar kind of intersection. It's got bridges. It's very difficult to try to get access for pedestrians reaching Mitch Park. So we're looking at kind of other ways that might be accommodated. But the weird geometry that we have at the intersection of Covell and Santa Fe, we are aware of it. The reason it was built that way was another budget issue. And so, yeah, we'll fix that one and make it safer and easier to navigate. Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. I'll bring Randy up for the next one, and then when he finishes, we can talk about maybe a little break.
Thank you. Edmond continues to be an active member of the Regional Transit Authority. We have two directors on their board. Currently, the authority is looking at ways to partner with BNSF to use their right-of-way for the system that will run from Edmond all the way down to Norman. For commuter rail, they're also considering other routes throughout Oklahoma City to get us to the airport, to Tinker, things of that nature. And they continue to work with the federal government to look for, well, really to get in line for federal dollars in the future, should this happen. As of right now, they haven't set a date on when the sales tax vote will be to support the RTA, but that won't be in the near future. Thanks.
Okay. We're about 2/3 of the way through. Would you guys like a break? We're an hour and 15 minutes in, or do you want to keep going?
Break.
Okay. What time would you like to return, Mr. Mayor?
10 minutes?
10:55.
10:55?
10:55, we will resume at 10:55. Okay.
Mayor, could we take a motion on that?
Oh, you'd like, clerk would like a motion on
I
that.
make a motion to recess.
Second.
A motion and a second. Council, cast your vote. We're watching over here.
Barry, I can't vote for you.
Have a majority.
Okay.
We don't need him.
Motion passes.
Carries.
10:55.
I was gonna do it for him.
I need a motion to resume now.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Cast your vote.
All right, we will jump back in. We are now, we're still in economic development. So next up, I'll bring Lena up, encourage appropriate priority development and growth for a vibrant downtown.
So as you know, from reading the presentation, we did add a downtown project coordinator, so we've grown the staff by one, which is a huge jump for downtown. The Oxley opened, which is fantastic. And then, we are continually talking to developers and citizens to encourage growth in downtown. We are currently working with a business in downtown Edmond right now that is trying to become a part of the Main Street program, so that's really exciting for downtown. Any other questions that you guys have for me on this or anything that I missed earlier? I'm here to answer any questions. Good.
Oh, the punch list.
No, we'll get it later.
We good? Perfect. Oh, I get the next one. Good deal. So EEDA and the city of Edmond are currently working to bring an indoor sports complex to Edmond. That conversation is ongoing with not a lot of update for the council at this moment.
Any movement at all?
There is movement. It's slow right now, but yeah, there's definitely conversations being had with a party.
Is that the one north?
I'm sorry? Is it north? Yes.
Covell Way?
Yes. Sorry, I had to get my bearings on my directions.
It's north of something. North of here?
Thank you, Lena. Next up, support growth and expansion of the Guthrie-Edmond Regional Airport. So obviously, both cities have been working with state and federal officials to secure funding, which they were able to do. They got upwards of $15 million for some capital projects, new terminal, taxiway realignment, taxiway development, and then the cities each have a 10% match for those projects. You all were out there just a few months ago having a joint council meeting out there with their folks, and I know that was a really insightful time for everyone to get to learn and hear and see more of the things out there. So lots of movement going on out there. A couple of years, once all the funding is in hand, looking at about 2 years on that. And then as you all heard, in addition to these projects, I think there's lots of other long-term projects to continue to grow things out there. And I think one of the most interesting things that you did here was while it is Guthrie located, it is Edmond users that are the main users of that airport. So really is a good partnership there between the two cities. And there's just kind of a little bit of an overview of some of those projects, those capital projects out there. Questions on that? Okay. Jennifer, if you want to come up, maintain enhanced system for place marking and wayfinding.
Hello. We were excited to install the first phase of wayfinding signs. So about 100 of them went up recently, pointing to parks, sports facilities. We did high schools because high schools often host large championship games, attractions, things like that. And we have gotten some really good feedback. We will have a second phase. The idea for that second phase is to point to parking, especially in downtown Edmond. I don't think people realize we have 2 parking garages that are free. So that would be the next phase. Obviously, funding is an issue, but I believe, actually, I know we have some dollars left from this project to use for a second phase, and we'll stretch that as far as it can go.
Do you have an expected timeline on that phase 2?
No.
Okay.
I don't see why we couldn't do that in '26.
Okay.
But we will keep you updated.
Who's responsible for maintaining the signs?
So, Public Works,
Okay.
they're on our GIS system also. So that is this, also, I think you know what a great collaboration this has been. So it's something brand new. So it is, we have some extras in storage, and it's modular, so if we can change some things. We already have signs for the new YMCA and library, but they're in storage, so we worked hard to make it seamless, and hopefully we don't have a lot of damage, but we'll see. Thank you. Thank you.
Jennifer, and just to expound a little bit, when this project started, the two key things were getting people from the main entrance corridors to key areas, and then identifying parking in downtown. The parking in downtown was put on hold because so much was happening and lots were changing and things were under construction. So that's why that became phase two. Okay, we'll move on to community development, our next strategic initiative. And so utilize recommendations from housing assessment to enhance education, outreach regarding housing programming throughout the community. So Christy, come on up.
So this is a collaboration event on this topic. It's a very broad topic, but a lot of moving parts to it. And it involves long-range planners out of the planning department, as well as Lena and I have been talking with developers to try to bring some workforce housing into the area with our federal grant dollars. But basically, we took the housing assessment and long-range planning, folded it into Edmond Plan. That was one step. The other step is the Citizen Participation Committee spent about a year looking over the goals of the housing assessment, and we developed our 5-year consolidation plan, that you all heard back in July, outlining those goals and priorities that were set for CDBG funding. We've done a lot of work on outreach with community partners as well as internal partners, the fire department, the prevention office in particular, and then building department as well. We held a contractor fair, to try to bring on some more contractors so that we can do more rehabilitation on our current housing stock. And we've also developed a community resource coalition, hopefully to name it Edmond Connect. I don't want to jinx myself just yet, but in that coalition, they've heard several topics, including housing. That was their most recent topic that I brought folks in to talk about, not only current housing problems that we have in the community, but what we can potentially do in the future. And we've built some partnerships with Edmond Mobile Meals and their outreach with their seniors to identify some veterans that need rehabilitations on their homes, and have partnered with Tinker Federal Credit Union Foundation and Home Depot to take care of those rehabilitations on some homes for some 100% disabled veterans. And we've also kicked off a weatherization program that was also a goal of Glenn Fisher's to really lower the utility cost of residents so that they would have more disposable income with lower utility costs. And we've been pretty successful over this last year. We have a lot to do. We have a lot of funding we can go after, but it's going to take some putting things in place that we don't currently have in place.
Thank you, Christy. All right, next, Mr. Lawrence. Got a couple of items related to stormwater management. So implement flexibility into code to encourage stormwater management best practices.
So this project is a lot about LID, low-impact development, incorporating that into the code. So kind of where we're at in the process is we've been going through in addition to the LID study, we've been going through another study for updating our overall buildings or construction standards for water, sewer, storm, roads, everything else. And with that, an engineering design criteria manual that will help developers, engineers, as well as our engineers and anybody else developing in the community to have a better understanding of how to build within Edmond. And so the low impact development portion has been kind of put on pause for a little bit so that it could allow the other standards to catch up with it, so it can be more kind of seamlessly integrated with all the other stormwater management code improvements.
Hey, just curious, that seems like a lot of stars for something that most people might consider to be sort of under the hood. Why was this one so highly ranked last year?
Yeah, low-impact development is always just, it's been up there with, I mean, it's best practices for stormwater, right? It's trying to figure out how to get the development community to do that and to, you know, to use the common sense approach. One of the biggest complaints that we hear is with development is, you know, it's always traffic and stormwater, right? So if somebody can develop a site and kind of contain more of their stormwater within their site or produce less stormwater to begin with, that's where this was coming from. And it's you know, it's a best practice to do. So we want to move forward with it and make it easier for them to implement it. It's just been difficult in the past for developers to, our code is not really set up to easily allow somebody to do this. And so that's why it's kind of.
It was a council strategic priority, so I'm trying to figure out like the things we need to be paying attention to here that we're not or helping with. Or is it just to kind of allow you guys to prioritize as you need to?
Yeah, I think with this topic that we are, it's been pointed out to us as being a high priority. We see it as a high priority. We're doing other changes to our code right now, and so it makes sense to do, and we'll wrap it up. As far as, you know, so as far as where to move from here with stormwater management best practices, you know, I think we should be kind of wrapping up this subject with that this year, hopefully.
Steve, there's something that's pretty new, and I'll give you this. It's called the NFA, National Flood Association. It's a conglomeration of a lot of different city planners, leaders, regulatory people, just a whole bunch of people coming together to study and to create just what you're talking about, best practices, so we don't have to recreate the wheel, to learn from some of these aspects. And I think I'd love to see somebody, let you pick who, but somebody become a part of that, to gather and to have the ability to get to that information as it comes from other places. I think it'd be good. The other thing I want to ask on the stormwater, now that we've broadened this into a regulatory plane, not just FEMA, I would love to have us look at, do we have a duty to tell people who might be in the regulatory plane, as opposed to FEMA, who were not part of the flood, now maybe are or will be? You and I know the bureaucratic system, when FEMA begins to look at, they're probably just going to adopt. So who does that impact when we do those kind of things? And do we have a duty to advise?
Okay, yeah, something we can look at. More the same. Okay. So this is kind of an ongoing, I mean, it says ongoing, but this is kind of an ongoing practice, you know, with our stormwater group and with the Stormwater Drainage Advisory Board, is to educate and enforce best practices. I think it's on here because of, you know, it's one of the things that council members hear about a lot is flooding. And, you know, I think that a big part of that is getting out in the community and educating the community on the issue. And so I know our stormwater group has been stepping up all their avenues for education on this through all the way from, you know, elementary school to being the person that has to go out and visit with somebody that's got a pool full of mud and have to tell them how it happened and what their options are. So, yeah.
Thank you, Steve. Next up, we'll bring Christy back up. Support formation of the system of care infrastructure for community-based behavioral health services and supports throughout the community.
So this goal stems from our behavioral health needs assessment that was completed and adopted in 2022. Since then, we have been awarded several grants in support of that continued programming. The biggest one is our System of Care grant. That is a 4-year, $1 million each year grant to implement and build infrastructure in the community around youth-based services. Our key partners are Edmond Public Schools, North Care, and Edmond Family Counseling. So we're year 2. So we're working towards a sustainability plan of what that looks like after the grant dollars are gone and how that keeps building. Additionally, we have recently sat down with Edmond Public Schools, the juvenile court system, and our SRO officers to talk about a diversion type of plan for crisis within the school system, and we're continuing to work on a crisis response system in the community as well. And so we work closely with, again, those partners as well as the police department and all that programming and building resilience for our mental health within the community.
Thank you, Christy and Ken. Ready to go? Support the ongoing implementation of the Edmond plan.
Hey, can I ask a follow-up, sorry, to Christy?
Come
I
back
waited
up,
till you
Christy.
sat down before I asked it. My brain takes a minute to catch up.
I thought I paused long enough.
One of the things that we feel like bring up occasionally, all of us, is concern about grants, funding operations, and then going away.
Mm.
Do you feel like we have a view of, or a list of the things that are like core operational things funded by grants that are at risk of not continuing at some point?
So with all our grants, a lot of them, I would say a good portion of them are capital improvement grants. And so those are kind of like your one and done. So those are our ODOTs, a lot of our ACOG grants.
Okay.
Ones that are entitlement are, yes, to answer your question, yes. The ones that are key to operations are going to be, some even Chris's, are going to be their one and done for building the capital part. So I would consider that a key to operations. But CDBG is one of them, and CityLink is another one that is, we're entitlement community. So unless something traumatic happens with the federal government, we will always get that funding. The grant that I was just talking about, part of the requirement of that grant is to have a sustainability plan or to have it, what's going to happen next down the line. And a lot of our grants that are like that, there's only a handful. Urban Forestry has one as well. But they're putting things in place. It's more of an enhancement of programming that they're doing and can continue and sustain it. We always look at, can we sustain this long term? What do we need to put in place? System of Care is a little unique. I do have personnel on that grant that it is grant-based. Once it's gone, they knew that when hired.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can sustain it afterwards, but we know we may not be able to, and they know that. Schools, same way. They've hired licensed professionals as well. Edmond Family Counseling, they all know. We've already seen it with North Care in their reduction of their crisis because they lost some of their federal funding, and so they had to shift some gears. So we've already started seeing it, but we try our best to put a sustainability in plan as much as we can looking forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's about, my question's coming from a place of financial sustainability, obviously. I think it would be good to have, not capital things, those are one-offs,
Mhm.
but for anything operationally funded, I think you probably know, or you all that manage these things know off the top of your head if they're like high, medium, or low risk of going away, right?
Yeah.
The ones you listed
Yeah.
initially, the big ones are probably low risk.
Right.
I would
The
think.
higher risk one would be CityLink and CDBG. If we would lose that funding entitlement, it would, I mean, you're taking away key community resources. CityLink, if we lost that federal funding, there's a lot of things that have to go in place. We're a transit agency, so that would look a lot different than just losing our funding because as a transit agency, we have to provide that transit agency without doing a public comment and public hearings and all of that. So for us to lose our entitlement money, it's more steps that it would take a lot for us to lose that funding versus these one-off grants like Urban Forestry's grants, System of Care grants, some of even PD's grants that they receive. they're enhancing programs that they either A, currently do, or know it's short-term.
I feel like we don't have a good view of that, like, exposure right now, whether it's staff people that are funded by it or service levels that are funded by those things. Is there a way we could generate a list of those that,
Absolutely. We have an ongoing list.
like an
We have-
impact column and a
Yep.
risk of
Yep.
funding loss column?
Yeah.
Just for operations, not capital. I
Sure
don't want to
can.
overdo it, but I feel like that'd be good for all of us and, you know, city leadership to have, all of us in the room to have, so that if there's exposure coming in the next year or two or three, we just know we might need to plan for that, or we might need to start ramping down things or setting expectations that they may not be renewed.
Yeah, absolutely, we can do that. We already have it would just be the ladder of like what the funding impact would be in years, outer years. So we already have that list available.
Okay, thank you.
One last thing that just popped up. I know we look at, last year anyway, one of the things was support the RTA efforts. We're a transit agency. In your mind, how do those things dovetail together, and how do you see that vision going forward?
So with one of the things I brought up earlier when I was up here talking about CityLink was the long-range transit plan. Now that that is completed, it kind of gives an outlook of what our regional transit and transportation would be. We work very closely with ODOT and ACOG, because when you say transportation, that's multimodal. And so we work really closely with all our agencies to make sure that we are at the table for all of that. I look for, as far as for CityLink, I look for us to, if RTA, the rail comes online in 10 to 20 years, once the infrastructure's in place, because just because a vote's passed doesn't mean it happens overnight. We're not going to miraculously have passenger rail. Things would adjust. We would no longer have a commuter route. We may have hubs on the outer outskirts of the city of Edmond to connect to Embark. That's already in the long-range transit plan. For all three cities, Norman, Oklahoma City, and us, one of the key things that we keep talking about is especially moving our paratransit folks from medical appointments across cities, across borders. We've got to fuzzy those borders a little bit more than what they are now. FTA likes to put those regulations in that we have borders, but then we need to make them fuzzy enough that we can move people from point A to point B. Even move people from east side, west side, north side, south side of Edmond. We don't serve all of Edmond yet. I look at it as being a very huge key partner in the regional, whether it's rail, bus, walking, trails. We've even talked about connecting trails out at Arcadia at Oklahoma City. So it's a multimodal conglomeration of a lot of key partners.
Well, I mean, maybe it's just me, but through lots of things, I've sat in on ACOG's long-range training plan, and as they say, the devil's in the details. Not a lot of details there, but maybe we don't need a lot of details because there is so much time down the road before certain things develop. But it just seems like we need to be, and I know you are, but we need to be thinking that way. The other thing I think about is the messaging part of our bus system, our transit system, and I hear a lot of comments. There's nobody on those things. And I know you have this data. Maybe we need to message out how many riders, how many users, what are we doing with it? The Route 7, the new route you're talking about, it has economic development output potentially to it as we take people to those places. So just some of those kind of things I think would be really helpful for the average citizen in general to get more of an idea of why it exists and what it's doing for us right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We move people all over the place for, the number one is economic development for retail, as well as bringing people to jobs. And so those are two key components with that. But yes, I have all that data and can share it.
Thank you. Ken Bryan, Director of Planning.
Christie, I have one more thing. No, I'm teasing.
This goal is implement the Edmond Plan 2018. Obviously, the status of that is ongoing. So over the past 12 months, council and appointed boards and committees, commissions have worked really hard on supporting key implementation items from the Edmond Plan. You'll notice some duplication here. I think that's actually a really positive thing. That means the plan has policies and actions that are relevant to the organization as a whole, and we're all pulling in the same direction. So we approved some significant development proposals, including a wide range of uses and housing types that are designed to be highly walkable. So I'm thinking specifically there of the Liberty Park development and the East Edmond 15A entitlement that was recently approved. We've supported the economic development of the I-35 and Covell Urban Center by approving new projects at the Legacy of Covell location. We've supported opportunities for infill development in downtown and near UCO. You've supported the drafting of detailed streetscape standards in the urban district. We've supported and approved the University District Master Plan, completing the pavement condition assessment. We talked about that. You've supported and approved the Resiliency Action Plan and prioritized projects that enhance connectivity and improve safety. We've talked a lot about that, obviously, this morning. And then we also approved a major update to the plan itself to incorporate recently approved studies, specifically housing, forestry, and mobility, so Edmond Shift. Happy to answer any questions about those.
Does the development code fall under this goal?
It would, if you leave it on the list.
Okay. I didn't see it anywhere else, so just curious. Okay.
All right, we're in the home stretch here, people and partnerships. So first one, pursue additional state and federal funding for project needs. That's something that I'll speak to this current fiscal year. If the federal government can manage to push through and approve some things this year, we are in line for $5 million for water funding, and then also $4 million for some substation funding as well. We've been fortunate to be in the queue for federal funding through our elected officials, both at the state level and at the federal level, several years in a row. So there was some additional funding ODOT approved for Coltrane and 2nd Street, $2.5 million. And I know in some preliminary conversations looking towards the next year, we've started laying the groundwork about how could we potentially see some funding for Covell and Coltrane. We know that's the big hairy monster that's out there that we have no answer for. And so at the state and federal level, we're going to try to see if maybe we can find some solutions to help with that one as well. And so, and then obviously all of our departments are pursuing things. And so lots of effort going here, always looking to expand what we can do. Questions on this?
Do we track this year over year?
Yes, yeah. Christy tracks everything.
I got her number in last year's workshop, but you do. Are we going up? Okay. Okay. 60 million last year for anyone watching at home.
Yeah, 60 million, yes. Anything else on that? Okay. And I show that because we've been very fortunate to get some help out at water. Unfortunately, it's still a huge price tag, but every dollar has helped for sure. Okay, continue fostering a strong partnership with UCO to pursue items of mutual interest, including but not limited to master plan of the area west of University Drive and a potential performing arts center. Lena, do you want to come speak to the University District Plan a little bit?
So this one's exciting for me. I really enjoyed working on this. Right now, they are scheduled to speak to the regions on the next steps in January. It got postponed from the February meeting, the November meeting, and now the January meeting. So, really looking forward to working with UCO on how to grow the district and accomplish the goals that are set out in the master plan. Any questions?
Thank you, Lena. And additionally, we have an open line of communication, regular meetings between university leadership, city leadership. So there's definitely a spirit of partnership between the two, and both entities are looking to grow closer together in every way that we can. Okay. Support staff efforts to expand community education initiatives on key topics. Bill, you want to touch on this? You don't have to read them all, but whatever you want to touch on.
Oh, it went blank. Good. No, I won't try to read all this for you guys because we could be here all day. And this really only scratches the surface of some of the stuff that we've done in the past year. Working very closely with, on projects as well as programs and initiatives. Our department spends a lot of time supporting a lot of people in this room. In fact, I'm looking around the horseshoe and I'm still waiting to find somebody that we don't interact with or haven't interacted with in the past year. Our goal as always is to educate the public. Our goal is always to try to engage. And we've had a lot of initiatives that are long-term, but we've also had a lot of stuff that's walked in the past 12 months. We've worked very closely to help try to push outreach on at least 2 elections, as well as some major projects. We've rebuilt at least 1 website almost extensively. So our goal, as always, is to try to connect with the public, and so we continue to do that. That's with the staff. We are looking into getting with Civic Plus to try to do a long-needed refresh of our website. We've met with vendors to try to see if we can't use AI and even maybe an AI answer bot to try to help with the access and accessibility on our website. Right now, digital is the #1 way we connect with everybody in Edmond. Our social media channels now approach 134,000 followers collectively for just the city of Edmond accounts. That doesn't include fire, police, parks, CityLink. So digital is the way we go, basically because we don't have a daily newspaper. We do not have a radio station that has a wide enough impact or a TV station coverage that offers us wide enough impact for us to try to connect. So our goal has always been and continues to be to try to tell our story proactively. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Bill. All right, next, Jane, you want to come up? Enhance and maintain relationships with community partners to support past, present, and future service members and veterans in Edmond.
Hello. I'm going to answer this in kind of 2 parts. The first is what we currently do for working with our veteran service organizations, and then I'll talk a little bit about the smaller memorial that we're pursuing. So on the day-to-day, we work with a wide variety of veteran service organizations in the community. That includes the Frank Collins Post 111 for the American Legion and the VFW Post 4938, which are our local chapters. We also work with groups like the 179th Oklahoma National Guard Family Preparedness Center, Daughters of the American Revolution, Sons of the American Revolution. So we have a lot of collaborations throughout the year. A lot of those look like events on holidays and supporting in whatever way they need. Most recently on Veterans Day, there were 3 different events throughout the community, one in the morning, an afternoon event, and then our kind of larger event in Stevenson Park in the afternoon. So they call often, and sometimes that's event support that they're needing. Sometimes they just need direction to another resource, but we're in regular communication with all of those organizations. And then the second part is the smaller scale memorial. So as you all know, but for historical context, we have the Veterans Memorial Advisory Committee that was working on a larger scale Veterans Memorial in Edmond. And we realized the scope of that was beyond current capacity. So what we are doing is with the funds they were able to raise, we're looking at building a smaller scale memorial. I've been working with Brad Rainey in the Parks Department, the American Legion, and VFW Post representatives. We have, I think on the next slide, the preliminary design for that Ava and our Urban Forestry Department put together for us. So right now where we're at is we have this preliminary design. We are working to put together a project scope so that we can get quotes for this, and then we would take all of that through the Parks Department. Our goal is to do that in January. Any questions on any of that?
Commander Duncan reached out about the Vietnam War Memorial coming. Can you touch on that?
Yes, so Derek Duncan with the VFW called a few months ago. Our VFW post put in, I think you bid out for this traveling Vietnam Memorial Wall exhibit. Only one city in the state gets it every year, and they were able to secure that for Edmond for next year. So in, I believe, May of 2026, that will be coming, and we've been working with Brad Rainey in the Parks Department to determine a location. I believe the plan right now is for that to go in Hafer Park, so that'll be coming in spring.
Thank you for all of that, Ms. Robertson. I did want to follow up with, I don't remember who maybe Mr. Conyers, I don't remember. The ramps at the American Legion where the old fella fell. How are we coming on that?
I know our ADA coordinator, Phil, went out to meet on site with members of the American Legion. Do we have any update beyond that? Okay. But we have been on site with them to discuss options, but I don't know anything beyond that.
Thank you.
All right, and I'll have Randy come up. Enhance relationships with education partners to mutually improve traffic planning and management near schools.
Does that finish before noon, right? Okay. No. With the new superintendent coming on at the school, we've been able to enhance our relationship quite a bit. Probably the biggest thing we've done is reestablish quarterly meetings in between staff. So engineering, planning staff meet with the school every 3 months, go over projects that we're doing that impact them, and then they bring projects as well. We deal with traffic around the existing schools, look at future projects, and more importantly, we've just kind of established those relationships of who to call when there is an issue. So it's been very positive and continue to see that grow. So, happy to answer any questions.
And it won't let me click any farther because that's the end of this presentation. So is there anything that we need to circle back to, any questions that didn't get answered or that came up after the fact before we move on from this portion? Anything else that you all would like to address? Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
I did have one last thing on the
yes, sir.
city properties. It was early on. What's the discussion on that as it stands?
Lena, were you here when that one came up? Yeah. Do you want to come up and talk about that?
So right now, Sarah London's actually been working really hard with Randall and Cinda to remove the painting, or is the WPA mural and the stained glass window from the courts building, and we're going to hang it up here soon. So right now, we're just currently maintaining the properties that we have and getting ready to do whatever council would like to do with the properties. You know, in the past, our legal department has done some research on what we can do with the properties, but we have not moved much further than that.
Thank you.
Can we have like a working session on that or something? I mean, I feel like it's out there, but not really moving. We got some information from Madeline on it a while back. I feel like it's maybe a little more than a workshop.
Good
It's an
idea.
idea. I mean, we need to really talk through that, I feel like, and decide if we want to take action on it or not.
Absolutely, we can set something up.
For the individual properties.
Mhm.
You know, like it.
Yeah, because Mr. Moore provided a list. I mean, what is there, 70 or so?
Are you talking about citywide?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Yes, a couple of years ago, we put together a comprehensive list of every city-owned property, and so we've been keeping up with that, and if your thinking is talking about that holistically, not just the downtown properties, is that your thought?
No, I'm not putting
Oh, I'm sorry.
a limit on any of it. I just.
Correct, yes. So
We've
we
got a list of that.
we have that resource available as well, we can
I
provide.
was just referring to the downtown properties,
Okay,
just to be clear.
okay.
And I know there's been some discussion about downtown properties of some kind.
Yeah.
And I don't know what those are.
That discussion that we had with legal, and Madeline can probably speak better to the legal portion of it. We can certainly do that, but yes, they have done some legal research and put it together. We just haven't moved forward
Okay.
with that.
All right, thank you.
Let me just take a second to pause on this. So, not for you, Lena. So, Adria brought this up the other day as just a general philosophical thing. But the idea of having working sessions, one of the things that surprised me in council is we can't like have a meeting to talk about stuff, right? It's got to be, and there's a reason for that, and those are good reasons. But I don't think we should be afraid to have longer working sessions on things, working meetings, if we want to do that, right? We don't get to talk outside of when you all see us talk, so, which is fine, but that sometimes prevents us from, feel like, moving things forward or collaborating on things, unless it's like a workshop or a council meeting. So just want to put that out there as maybe a tool that we can use with the staff to dig a little bit deeper if we need to carve out some time and really talk. You know, it's a public meeting like normal, but just let's not be afraid to do that if we want to work on stuff.
I think it's a great idea. I think that's been surprising, not totally surprising, but it's been an impediment. Best practices of any business is to collaborate and hear each other and do things. And so whatever that takes, whether it's a longer working session, I think that's important, because otherwise, I don't know if you guys get it, but it's like being isolated on an island, okay? And we need to bridge that some way, some fashion, whatever legal says we can do and whatever is possible. And that's a great idea, just making them longer working sessions.
All right. We've got time, so let's move on to item number 3. Kathy, presentation discussion of city financials, including sales and use tax trends.
Okay, good still morning, Mayor and Council. This will just kind of be a quick overview. Anything that you want to know in more detail, we can certainly get for you. So just to kind of touch where we are right now, we're not quite mid-year. We're 5 months into our year right now. But this is where we are on our major revenue sources right now, as of December 1st. We literally ran it yesterday. So these are the major revenue sources. It's not everything, but citywide, all of our taxes together, we're at 40.6% collected at this point. And 5 months is 41.6%. So we're right on target with our collections and taxes. That basically breaks down, general fund is 27 million. And again, it's all taxes, so that's 40.1%. Special revenue funds, which is mainly the police and fire for that one, 40.5%. Capital improvement funds has part of the sales tax, and they're at 13 million, 41.8%. And then EPWA utilities are our fees, and they're a little ahead. Normally they're around 192 million. And they're at 93.7 right now, 48.6%. So we're really right on target. We're in a good spot now with our collections compared to what we've budgeted. So that's a good thing.
Before you go, Kathy, before you go on to the trends, we can say it's a good thing, but the reality of it is 5 months in, when you look at citywide taxes, when you look at really and truly when you look at the general fund and the special revenue, we're looking at roughly 1.5%, 1.1 to 1.5% down from where it should be if we're really 5 months in. So the trend that we've been seeing over the last few years, we're not yet seeing it turn around based on what the economists thought we'd be seeing as we turn the corner during this season. So we're hoping we see something a whole lot better. You know, I don't want to squash anything we're saying here, because we are in the ballpark, and that's a good sign. But the reality of it is, guys, we're still right where we've been the last couple of years, and we can't ignore that at this point, so.
Right, and we'll touch on that a little bit more when we get into the trends, but you're right, we're not above, so we're pretty flat, which is what we expected through the end of December 25. Any other questions? Okay, so our trends right now, here's what we've done. This is total revenue, everything, citywide, since 2022. We traditionally had seen, I mean, use tax was always pretty high, so we'd seen some pretty good growth rates through 24. 2025, so this is fiscal year end, June 30th of each of these years, we were down about 2% overall revenue. And once again, that's everything. It has to do with permitting and taxes and everything, charges for services. So what we did as far as this 2026 estimate is we did annualize where we are right now. We have about 162 million collected at this point, and I literally annualized it. So at that rate, we would be up at the end of fiscal year 26. But no, that is an estimate at this point.
That included public works dollars?
Yes, that's everything. This is everything.
Okay, so that, have you got one that shows, is that next one going to show us? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Sales and use tax.
Okay, so I've got sales and use together, sales and use. So I'll point out a couple things. So this literally, the 1.21% increase is based on the spending habits that we've had over several years since I've been here. I set it up so that I can see, like we always collect, our revenues go up in December, and then they tend to go down in January after Christmas. So we've got that pattern, and that's what I've used to estimate this. So this is sales and use together. Keep in mind, I'll just go on to the next one. Sales tax revenue, the gross sales for sales tax is around $2 billion a year. And once again, based on our habits, it does look like we're going to end up a little bit above, which is better than losing. You can see the trend in this, and once again, it went up after COVID, kind of during after COVID. And then the last 2 years, like you've mentioned, Mayor Nash, it has dropped. A lot of that was due to the fact that there was federal funding. There were a lot of funds available that were given out to the public in general, and they spent it, which was the purpose of the federal funding back then in COVID. We benefited from COVID. People stayed home, and our sales tax revenue actually went up during COVID, where a lot of other places it went down. So we saw the decrease really as a rebound from COVID. I'll move on here too to use tax. So typically we had seen use tax grow every year like double digits. I came in 2020, and so I know from 2020 through 2022 it was growing. Typically on the use tax, it is internet sales, but it's also construction projects. So if we have anything large going on there, we'll get some sales tax on those construction supplies if they're delivered in Edmond, which typically they are. So once again, I use the spending habits, and I am estimating at the end of 26 we should be up 2.16%. What's next? Okay, so. Oh, sorry.
We go ahead, then we can hear it. Go ahead and make the point about what happened with.
Okay, so you may or may not know, there was an error at the Oklahoma Tax Commission that was discovered through an audit that Oklahoma City requested. And we're not allowed to discuss who it was, but there was an entity that was paying Edmond sales tax, and it should have gone to Oklahoma City. It was about a $2 million hit. So even back, it started in January of 23. The statute of limitations allows the Oklahoma Tax Commission to go back 2 years. So that entity filed amended sales tax returns and began paying the correct rate as of January 2023. So we, the city of Edmond, were required to repay that $2 million. And that happened in calendar year '25. So it really just works out. It's about $1 million a year. So that has all been rectified now. It is finished as of December. But what it really points out, and it's around 700,000 to $1 million a year. So the 8.8 really was a little bit high. Each of these were a little bit high. And in 25 and 26, you'll see the $1 million that we repaid. So we will see that coming back next year because we won't have that repayment. Were you all aware of that, or do you have questions about that?
Yeah, I was aware generally. Is that, how's it accounted for though in like the sales and use tax numbers we look at every month?
So what happened is they just withheld it. The Oklahoma Tax Commission just did not give us that revenue. So these numbers reflect actually what we received in cash. So that is after that. This includes the repayment. The 1% actually is based on those reduced numbers. So even with those reduced numbers as my base, I am still showing that we should come above the line, be in the black for fiscal year end '26, based on spending habits. We'll go on to the next thing in a minute, but it also, this is without anything that Dr. Evans had talked to us about. If you remember some of what he was talking to us about, of what he expects in economic trends. So this, to me, is a minimum. Really, we should, if nothing else happens and we just buy the same Christmas presents that we always do, that type of thing, we should end up in a positive position at 6/30 of '26.
Well, I think the reason I asked what I asked, I'm glad you brought that up about the correction. I feel like we need to be looking, or at least we need to see one time, like a corrected view of what's going on, because that 8.8 trend and those two lower trends are really, it's not real, right? I think we need to understand what real is right now. And I think real is it's not as bad as we've been looking at. And it wasn't as good in 2023 as we've been looking at, right?
Yes, and we can adjust it. It's probably going to be about a 1% swing.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the corrected trend would be for, at least like this calendar year. The past is the past, but I think for calendar year 2025, it's pretty relevant, right? If it swings it by 1% or 3% or whatever, that's a big deal. And maybe our doom and gloom around sales tax is softened a little bit at least, and we can sleep better at night.
So I would also like to see a true picture. But did you say that the tax commission withheld the $1 million for us, that we didn't pay the tax commission? Is that right?
We collected it. So here's what happened. All the sales tax collections spin on a zip code. And it comes from the Oklahoma Tax Commission. So when we file our sales tax returns, or anyone files their sales tax returns, it's already set up by the Oklahoma Tax Commission. There's really nothing that the person paying it can do. And at some point, there was an audit requested, and they discovered an entity that should have been paying to Oklahoma City, and it was coming to Edmond. So the Oklahoma Tax Commission's stance was, we overpaid you, you have to pay us back. And then they just withheld it.
And did they withhold it like all at one time, or how did?
1 year. So it was calendar year January of '25 through December of '25. So we have like one more check that will have a reduced amount. It was about $179,000 a month.
Okay.
It was around 2.1 million total. And they changed the law. Actually, they could have gone back 3 years, and at some point they changed that to 2. So, but we.
So when did it start that entity was accidentally paying us?
From the inception, from whenever it was built. It was probably early 20. It was, I don't know, 2020-ish. Or no, sorry, it was longer than that. It was early 2000s. And just as a side note too, anybody in this room, anytime that we're on the border of Edmond, one thing you might do, if you know there is some sort of a store right on the line, the only way to really know if they're collecting the right sales tax rate is to literally go in and buy something and look at your receipt. And if you ever notice that, we can contact the Oklahoma Tax Commission because it may go the other way.
Does that apply to food trucks?
Food trucks are required to collect sales tax. Art shows, like everyone is required to. And we can see there's proprietary information that we can't share publicly from the Oklahoma Tax Commission where we can look up to see if certain vendors are paying the correct sales tax to Edmond. So if you ever have any question, we can find out.
So when I'm thinking about the receipts I get, and I don't recall that they say Edmond, but would I know based on the rate? Okay.
Yeah, so it's
8.25.
3.7, well,
Three-
it's 8.25.
Total.
If you go to Target or somewhere, they split it now because there's no grocery tax there's no state tax on groceries. So some places you'll see 3.75, which is our rate, and then the 4.5. If it's a restaurant, it's probably just going to say 8.25. Oklahoma City's rate's higher.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it is, but it's higher than ours. Ours is the lowest of any of our peer cities. So, but yeah, so if you see 8.25 or 3.75, that's the rate we should be getting on any receipt that you see, the sales tax. And, we've had a lot of inquiries. The other thing that sometimes happens is if there's a construction project going on and the supplies are delivered in Edmond, we are supposed to collect that sales tax on the place that it's delivered. But sometimes, if it's a larger entity, they may have a warehouse or a land somewhere where they have it actually delivered at the first point of collection, and so we would not get that because all they're doing then is moving it from where they had it delivered from the vendor to the construction site. So there's a lot of variables. We've had questions from patrons that live over in the Jones area, and it's real important if anybody's on the perimeter of the city limits of Edmond that they use the +4 zip code because that's really where it directs it to the correct place. If you just put the normal 5 digits, it may not always get to where it's supposed to go.
Sorry,
Okay, I
before we
think-
move on, Jen, can you add that action on the corrected sales tax trend?
I don't know if it helps anybody else, but one thing, and I get what the mayor was saying, we're not where we're supposed to be based upon. One thing that helps me is there's no supposed to be, not when this is tremendously volatile, okay? Now based on historical norms, there might be an average that we should target, but because it's so volatile and it's the only source we have, a tremendously volatile source, it brings into play a couple different things to me. One, you can't budget to the max because you might not get the max of historical norm. But number two, equally important, maybe because there's another side to that income statement, we have to broaden where we're getting, how we're getting that source of revenue. And so those two things, keeping it, but it helps me to think in terms of there is no supposed to. Now, there's a historical norm we can lean on, but because of that, we just mentally have to look at things and do things differently.
That's correct. But good news, next year, we should be collecting exactly what we're supposed to collect, and it will be, and I'll adjust this and get something back to you guys. Okay. So just a few quick economic observations. This really comes from Dr. Evans and what he presented to us, but we're still seeing the same things, modest economic activity. There's just a lot of uncertainty in the consumer confidence right now just because of tariffs, and wars going on and just unpredictability of what might come next at the federal level. And so still what we're seeing, we're not in recession, so people are still spending, and that's good, and that's what we want to continue to see. There hasn't been any indication. Honestly, the talk about recession was probably more urgent several months ago or this summer when Dr. Evans actually presented this to us, but we just seem to be holding steady, so that's good. Just inflation also, it actually has kind of leveled out a little bit more. The target is 2%, and it's been hanging around 3%, so it's not crazy. About 2 or 3 years ago, it was like 8 and 9%, so much more volatile. But things are seeming to level out a little bit, but everybody's still very cautious. The consumer's still cautious as far as what they're spending. Another thing that Dr. Evans pointed out was that he expected the real gross domestic product to grow by 1.2 to 1.5% by the end of 2025. And he didn't, so I'll go through this. Unemployment in Oklahoma is one of the lowest in the nation, so that's another good thing. And then the Edmond fiscal outlook was that he predicted that we would remain pretty flat through the end of 25, and we are. We've seen that. Actually, this last month in November, we were up a little bit. Yay. And that was before Christmas. So he seems to have hit it. He does this type of work for several entities across the nation. And he was expecting that we would end fiscal year 26 up by about 3.3%. And that's pretty conservative. Initially, he was saying it would be 7%, but then with all the economic conditions that have happened since that, he was landing around 3.3. So even when, in my prediction of a 1% increase, we now have another 1% because we don't have this repayment of the error. So that gets us up to 2. So there are good signs that we will end up this year. And we'll just have to keep watching it every month to see. But once again, until the consumer gets very confident that they know they're going to be able to keep their jobs and they're not going to be paying more in taxes and that kind of thing, we're probably going to see a cautious approach to spending. I think that was it.
Ms. Panis, I have a question. You said you could pick an entity and determine their sales. So the grocery stores around town.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The grocery stores around town, Crest, Walmart, whatever one it is. Are their receipts higher or lower than a year ago?
I haven't looked. It's typically, we can get that information, but it's not anything that we report. So we aren't running a tracking, but we certainly can. We can look at it by that NAICS code, which is the industry codes, and you can see retail versus, food.
I was just curious, with grocery prices at an all-time high and milk's $2.35 for a half a gallon, you would think that some of that sales tax would be greater than what it's been.
Are you interested in any particular industry, or do you just want to see kind of an overall?
Just groceries.
Okay.
Please.
You know, it is a good point, Barry. I've said at the EEDA, it's wonderful to look at finance department's numbers, but we have to be able to dig into them and see why. So we partnered with a group at UCO to study a little deeper those kind of things, and because unless we know that, it's impossible to take real directive actions toward combating anything or improving anything if we don't know what we're shooting at, So I think those are both good things. It is available monthly, the NAICS codes. That would be helpful, but a little bit more why. I mean, there's obviously we have to be leaking some sales tax, I think, because if you look at economically, you look at people, they're being tighter with their money, but they're spending it because credit card debt's higher. Everything economically, people are spending, so maybe they're taking in less, I don't know, in terms of income, but it's going somewhere, and we need to be able to determine that. I think that was your point, Mayor.
Well, we could certainly develop something that we can get to you every month. Any other questions?
I'm still thinking about the tax thing. And it seems, I think I thought the Oklahoma Tax Commission makes sure that everyone's where they need to be, but obviously errors happen, and that happened. But is there anything we could do besides us all going out and shopping? Is there anything we could do to make sure that we don't need to contest something? Or that there's,
I asked that, actually. They don't, the Oklahoma Tax Commission doesn't just do an overall audit of everybody outside your area. So they have to be directed a little bit. We would have to request an audit. I'm going to say our, most likely suspects are going to be along Memorial and then also west, kind of western and that way. We're seeing some growth in Logan County. So we could check those that are new. There aren't very many of them, but it's really, to do it right, we really should probably drive the perimeter, literally take a list, and we could check, we could check to make sure those on our side that we are collecting tax, so we could certainly do that. If we do discover someone that we don't think is, and then maybe we do walk in and buy something to prove it, then we could request an audit from the Oklahoma Tax Commission. And they'll do it. I just don't know that they have the manpower to, look at every perimeter of every city.
right.
Maybe we could get them a map.
Although I don't want to do Oklahoma City any favors and discover this is yours.
So I guess in this meeting, we don't normally talk about strategic financial goals. Okay. So we'll do that during the budgeting process or the finance committee, maybe?
Yes, and possibly this afternoon, so.
I mean, like, there's things around debt and expenditures and investments, right, that maybe are too deep for this meeting, I don't know, but those things are equally strategically important to me as what roads we fix in what order or whatever, so, okay.
Right, any more questions? Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, thanks.
This would be a really good time for us to break for lunch. So I'd entertain a motion for however long.
I have one thing, Mr. Mayor, but I don't know how long she's going to stick around, but Sherry Jordan's over there, and I haven't had a chance to thank her publicly, and so thank you for your efforts on the sales tax extensions. 85% or 83%, whatever it was, is pretty remarkable, so thank you for stepping up and doing that. Thank you.
Is it? You want to break until when?
Are people going out for lunch, like getting their own
Yeah,
lunch?
we-
Yes, okay, so we need to let people get something and come back.
So what do you want to break till 1?
You're at 12:05 right now, so whatever time you all decide.
What do you normally do?
It's your session, it's your time, so we'll work.
3-hour lunches? Is that
We'll
what-
work within that. We have a hard
That's
stop
not
at 3:30, so it just depends on how much time you want to have this afternoon.
Make a motion.
All right, motion to resume at 1 o'clock.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your vote.
I was going to say 105.
Motion passes. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Get started again. I need a I need a motion to reconvene.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
You do, yes.
Cast your vote. And we're back. Okay, before we jump into this, I want to explain to you all what our plan is. We appreciate all the hard work that's gone into the strategic plan in the past. But we believe as a council that that's like so many statements, so many goals to try to tackle. And in many cases, there's not a good way to measure other than to say, yes or no, we've completed it. And so we want to take a different approach this year. And yes, I know that means change, but you know what? There's absolutely nothing that's certain in life but change and death. And, well, I don't know. Some people just avoid the tax issue. So we are going to change it up, and I want to explain a little bit about this. When you look at our council today, Barry Moore was elected 2.5 years ago, and the voters of Ward 2 said they wanted someone who would protect Ward 2. And when I say protect Ward 2, figure out how to develop East Edmond in a responsible way, protect the trees, protect what we have out there, which is so important. Other than that, if you look at the rest of our council, I'm the only other one that was even elected to this council. Phil and Preston drew no opponents. Maggie was appointed in last December. Well, I was elected in April, and along with that came a strong mandate about fiscal reform, about budget reform, fiscal responsibility, and making sure that the city of Edmond as a governmental entity was focused on the right things. And I can assure you that that's what we want to do, is we want to get everybody on the same page, rowing the same way, doing the right things to restore the trust that a lot of people say has been lost in the city of Edmond government, and really focus on how we move forward. And I want to make sure that happens. I want to make sure you all know that we know that change can be hard for some people. I told AJ a story the other day about change, and I understand. I deal with it in my professional life with almost every one of my clients that I work with. And I do understand that change is difficult. I'm as stubborn as the next guy when it comes to making changes on the way we do things within our own company. But there are 3 reasons why people are afraid of change. One of them is they're afraid that you're going to change someone's job and they're not going to be able to do it anymore, and you're just going to get rid of them. That's not our intention. One of them is we're going to change the process in such a way that there's just no reason for it. That's not going to happen. The third reason why change occurs is that irrational fear of change. And I'm just going to tell everybody in the room today, if this scares you, it's okay. Talk to AJ, talk to me, talk to anybody on this council. We'll help you through that if this is alarming to you. I had a roommate once upon a time. I'll tell stories on myself. I had a roommate once upon a time who was, he had such an illogical fear of change that me and our other 2 roommates, we thought it was funny to mess with him. And we would rearrange the furniture in our living room, and then we'd go off to play softball or go bowling. And he'd be off at work. He was a school teacher. He'd be at a basketball game or something, or a football game. He'd come home. We'd get home. He'd rearrange the furniture, put it back the way it was. And he'd just be sitting there just steaming mad at us. And we just thought it was hysterical. 20 years later, I figured out that was kind of cruel. Because he couldn't turn loose. And I want everyone to know, I get it. I get it. I deal with a lot of companies where that is what happens a lot of times. We're not trying to do that with anybody. We're trying to move this city forward because we're no longer the sleepy little village we used to be. We're now 100,000 people, and we've got to figure out how we deal with city government and the way we take care of our citizens moving forward. So we are going to change it up. This afternoon, item 4 on our agenda, I'm sorry, item 4 on our agenda is how we're getting there, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to go through a process, and the council is going to give us it's just a brainstorming session on what each of the 5 of us believe are the top strategic initiatives. And then our goal is to get that list down to no more than 7 items. And then after that, we will figure out, and we will need input from you all, I believe, on what goals, both short-term and long-term, go along with that. So short-term is what we can accomplish in the next year. Long-term is longer than that. And then after that, we're going to talk about how we measure those strategic initiatives. Not how we measure each and every single one of those goals, but how we measure the initiative. And it's got to be quantifiable. This isn't we're done or we're not done. And then we're going to spend tomorrow letting each of you talk about how your area of responsibility feeds into those initiatives so that we can develop goals and metrics for you all. And the reality of it is, we as a council, we just need to know how you're feeding what we're envisioning. And AJ can work with you individually on what you all are doing then and how you're performing and how that fits, so that when we say, okay, we're missing on this initiative, Mr. City Manager, what do we got to do? Because if you think about it, having what we've done in the past, where in many cases you have more than 40 items that you're tracking, that's not helping us move forward. It's just, here's a laundry list. And I'm not knocking what was done in the past. I'm simply saying that's what it turns into, because did I get it done or not? I don't want it to get it done. I want us to be better. And I think the 5 of us all feel that way. We want to be better. And so we're going to change it up. We're looking more, if you've heard any of the terminology, more of a balanced scorecard type approach to this. So I'm going to kind of moderate the 5 of us. Preston, I've asked Preston if he'd stand up at the whiteboard and be our scribe and just list all of it. And Preston, we've got a microphone around here somewhere for you to have up there, because then as we get into the goal piece and the metric piece, if we need input from staff, you can just walk around with the microphone as well. So I'm going to open it up to the other 4. What are the things that are important to you? When you think strategically, what are the things we need to address so that the citizens in Edmond will say, city government is moving in the right direction, we're doing the right things?
Well, can I just set the stage for a minute? So thank you all for being here and for getting this room and everything set up. We are not the smartest one in the room. I just want to say that out loud. We're also all pretty new at our jobs here, our side jobs. So just want to admit that, like, you guys are the experts on this stuff. We have vision and priorities and things that we may have been elected to do, or, you know, that we envision doing for our city in terms of where we want it to head, but so do you all. So I think it needs to be collaborative. One thing I just wanted to point out is, when I was looking through preparing for what we're going to talk about this week, there's 2 sources that we have out there that are in our public documents for what like our strategic goals are for the city. And the first is in this strategic plan pamphlet, right, that comes out of this process that we publish and sits on everybody's desk all year, which is good. Serves purposes. And then there's this section in the budget book, for any of you who nerd out like me and Mark do on reading the budget book. There's a section in the front that's this long table that probably some of you had input on over the years. I think started a few years ago, that has strategic initiatives and other stuff that's not really necessarily linked to what's in this every year, right? So there's like these two different things. I think that one was to check a box on the budget process maybe or something. So I would like to see us integrate those a little more, and that's where he was talking about quantifying more and measuring more. You heard the nature of our questions earlier were, a lot of them were around like quantify these things. Where do we actually stand? What are our priorities? What's left to go, so that we can like make decisions on relative priorities across all the departments and try to have that integrated. The other thing I want to mention just real quick is when I was on CIP, when I started on that board, one of the first things I had trouble with was, especially as chair of that board, was how do I know? How do I know what's important for this board to prioritize, right? I'm like a normal new guy that doesn't have a lot of city experience. How do I know what's important? And so what I would do is I would go to this and see how many stars were on the things, right? And then Andy would give us a list of projects, and we'd look at them and say, well, that looks like a pretty high priority to the council. And so there is value in like relative prioritization. There was for me on that board. And so I don't want to throw that away. Like, we still need to be able to provide some kind of guidance to staff and to boards and commissions on what we want them to prioritize. And so anyway, I just wanted to say those things out loud before we get started. Big picture thoughts.
I'll add some big picture thoughts. Thinking of, I think the term was said, votes of confidence, and I think we just got 6,000 with the sales tax renewal. And yes, our voter turnout is not good. That's across the nation. It's not just a here problem, but I think we did get some votes of confidence, and we renewed sales tax for the next 10 years. We'll start in 2027, and we had kind of some direction for that. Like, we are going to commit a portion of this to streets and roads, and that was important to the citizens. And so that's a big accomplishment, and we need to celebrate that. I think that your presentations this morning of giving us updates on what's happening, that's really helpful, and it's gives us perspective on how far we've come. And this is a really great city, and you all are doing your jobs, and you're doing them well. You are fighting fires literally and keeping us safe, building in safety. I mean, the things that you all do are really important. And this city, I think we really enjoy the privilege of, we feel relatively safe in our city. We have lots of options for shopping and dining. We have amazing parks. We have amazing schools. We have amazing civic organizations. And so strategy is important, and I'm working through this process for the first time. And so we will do that. But I have faith that we can get some strategy out, and you all can help us carry it out. But I speak for myself, but I love this city. It's my honor to serve it, and so thank you all for your help and seeing that through.
I look around this table and I think of things. Our fire department, ambulance service, our engineering department, economic development, we got clean water. We get budget reports. Ms. Ludington takes care of the building and inspections. Water leaks get fixed, trash gets picked up on time. The UDC is a world-class product. The update, the management staff, our legal department, we're safe. Bill, you put out some good press releases. You could probably write one or two more about me. The golf course and parks, world-class. HR, Ms. Batterson, you give people a jacket, you give them a place to live and with dignity. The lights work. Police chief, we're safe and sound. And you had a nice little jamboree last night out there at Kicking Bird. We got good things going on. Do I get frustrated? Yeah, I do. And I know you all get frustrated at me. That's fine. We're going to get through this afternoon and get some goals marked. And I want to say this more than anything. Edmond is a beautiful place to call home. And you all help make that possible every day. So let's work hard and get this done and figure out what we're going to do next year. And I'm just happy to be a part of that, and I'm happy that you all are a part of it. And we'll roll up our sleeves and go to work. Thank you.
Phil, did you want to add anything before we start?
I'm good. Barry took all my time.
I've got a little more if you'd like it.
You'll yield?
So who wants to start throwing out an item?
Well, Bill, let's talk about those press releases. No.
I mean, I will start with the one that, as you all know, I've been just pounding on from day one, and that's we have got to have budget and fiscal transparency. Our citizens have to know how we're spending our money, and are we doing it wisely?
Yeah.
Maybe just make it smaller.
Maybe a little bigger.
Oh, I don't know. I've got 5. I don't know how many you all have, but I've got 5 items I want to throw up there. My second one is, and I really don't know how to say this, but I guess the best way is a long-term comprehensive road program. And you notice I didn't say that as a plan. I said that as a program. And then I'm sure I'm going to steal Phil's number 1 when I say economic development process that grows our community. We may tweak that. And then I don't want to steal everybody's, so I'll skip to my last one. And this is one that I have heard an awful lot about, and we've got to come up with a way to solve this, is I want the city of Edmond to be open for business. And that's a big statement, but so many times, rightfully, wrongly, we've heard it's too difficult to do business in Edmond. We've heard, I can't even get anything done because I go up there on a Friday and there's nobody there. We've got to get past this. We've got to become user-friendly. I'm going to stop there. I've got a couple of more that I could throw up there, but I want to hear from you all as well.
I'll go. When I think about what makes the city unique, I think about the history and where we came from and then where we're going. I would like to, I'm not as concise, but I'll try to get there. But when I think about our history, there's been a lot of historic buildings and homes that have been torn down, and we can't get them back. So I would like to, at minimum, just explore what it would look like to protect the identity of historic neighborhoods. And I'm not meaning like the 1920s, like of course that, but even up to the 70s, and just, people buy homes in their neighborhood because of a specific look, or I would just like to look at minimum of what it looks like to preserve the history we have residentially, but also commercially. There are businesses in downtown Edmond that have been, the buildings have been in families for generations, but as those are possibly sold, I don't envision it being restrictive, but I think the key word is just honor the history that we have. And then this leads into homes that are historic or old, and they can also happen to be affordable. And I would hate to see a neighborhood or a street of old bungalows be torn down, and then we have an affordable housing issue. Well, then, if we redevelop all of that, then we're kind of working against ourselves, especially when we have programs like weatherization and restoration for older homes. So I think, in Ward 1, most of the history, or, it's the old part of Edmond, and I just want to do what I can to steward and protect and preserve and prioritize history. And then I think about, there have been some instances of old homes becoming businesses, and I know that there are challenges with that. For the person who chooses to do it, that's a big to-do, but also from a building and safety and all those processes that they must go through. I just wouldn't want to make it so difficult for someone that they would just say, I'll just start over and bulldoze it. I just want to be supportive of preserving the history we have. So that was a very roundabout way to say history is important to our city. That's what I'm hearing from my citizens. I think you did, yeah. I also, the festival marketplace is a gathering place. It's also an economic driver with our with farmers market. I just want to make sure that we're doing our best with that space. I would like to do some type of master plan, and I think that can look a lot of different ways. I'm not a city planner, so I don't know all the tactics. I know master plans can be expensive, but I just want to look at that space, make sure we're stewarding it and taking care of it well. You can also put, I think we're trying to get away from stars, but I second the economic development. I would say a framework, some kind of standards, sure. And we touched on this earlier, but the city of Edmond owns a lot of property, owns land. I have seen, the list. There are pieces of land that I didn't know existed, or that I certainly didn't know belonged to the city. But I just want to, I know we steward it well, even with land management, of putting, on an open prairie, they put native plants that helps pollinators. That's important to me. But from that all the way to, we own a lot. We own a parking lot. So just with each of those things, I want to think about how can we be a good neighbor? How can we take care of that land? Because it is public. It's public land. How do we best take care of that? So that is something I would like to look at. That's all I got for now.
How about a switch? Preston, you need to come back here. Katie, you want to go up there? And so that way you can comment, plus we can actually read somebody's handwriting. No.
So much for you helping me, Preston.
Oh, Barry, me, you?
Go right ahead.
Actually, I'll surprise the mayor here. I think one of the things I really, and people talk about 8-year, 10-year, whatever, I want to see it even compressed. 5-year street and road plan. Now that we have 12 million, roughly, more dollars annually to dedicate toward that, we've got to be very intentional on, I know Mr. Lawrence will guide us, but where that is, what that is, how we do it, I think that's going to be, because that money's going to start rolling in 2027, and we need to really plan accordingly for that. And my second one is, and because a lot of times economic development, it's a long game, so it's going to take some time, but we really have to consider the resources and the tools we're putting toward that. I think things are changing, but and I won't go deep because I know Heather's going to be here tomorrow with us, but we need some guidelines approved by council from EEDA as to, for retail, for commercial, what kind of incentive, kind of format, what makes sense, what doesn't, so that everything's not a one-off fight to the finish from start to finish. I think that would help us. I'll just go through some real quickly. The downtown is, I call it finishing out a downtown. I mean, I think there's needs. It's interesting. A couple really good members of the Urban Design Board told me, said, you know, make sure we're intentional, make sure it's significant projects, not little bitty, I don't know what else to call them. Nothing wrong with cookie shops, but, you know, not a little bitty cookie shop and a snow cone stand. I mean, significant projects added to downtown. One of my big deals that I think we desperately need somewhere down the road, and it needs to be downtown, I think, is a boutique hotel. And so for business travelers that come here, and we want to be able to attract more, and as we attract more capital and more people doing business here in Edmond. So then another one, I think the continued development of the water treatment plant, it's that facility is so important. It's an exhaustible resource. It's, you know, AJ can tell us about every single thing was, I won't call it a fight, but figuring out water supply, whether you could do anything and what you could do. You were so limited. We're not that limited. And I think it's really cool that we're only, whatever, was Chris gone? Chris, 50%. Using, it's because we're talking about water, is that it? 50% capacity of Lake Arcadia, but in peak months, we're 100% in terms of what we can produce toward demand. And so that thought process and plan needs to continue on. You know, one of the things, and it seems weird to me, but from the very start, I'm not saying we do a bad job, because I think we do pretty good, but our messaging continually to think through intentionally what we're telling people and what maybe in a lot of instances, I don't know, it takes citizen feedback, but what we're not telling them, you know, and I think it's great what we put, but on the website, but one of my pet peeves is I hate telling my day job clients, hey, it's on the website, just go there and read it. Well, I mean, I want that detail to be there, but maybe there's a way to make it, you know, shorter version, such as project standings, where are we, those kind of things. So that Mitch Park master plan's really, that's the biggest park we have. And there's so much there, and I still believe there's some additional things that can be there. And it's been a big deal. I don't think anybody is, so I can safely say it on the EEDA looks at me, because I've constantly said, this is Edmond. And other than the golf course, I don't think we have one youth facility, sports facility, that's top class. And I've told people I can take you to Newkirk, Tuttle, Midwest City, Choctaw, Perry, lots of other places, and there's no reason other places surpass us. I mean, so that's been a big one for me for a long time. And lastly, I think it's important, and I think we can do better in process procedures. Maybe this goes back up with the economic development, process procedures for developers. How do we, I don't know how to say it, tell them at the start, this is what we need. I'm not saying making it easier. I like that we're protective of trees and protective of a lot of things, health and safety wise, but here's what we're going to need, and don't come talk to us again until you have it all together. Or basically, and then at the same time, we don't get to continually go back again and again and again and again and ask for something additional. You can have maybe a couple bites at the apple, but after a while, you got to chew what you get, and that's all you get. So those are my things.
Tell me to go. All right. I think I have 5 big ones. I tried to group them into categories. So if we're going to get into tying these to measurable things, I want to make sure that we have something that mentions maintaining the foundation of excellence in our community. And so that's like a lot of the day-to-day of what a lot of you do, where we're not going to have big new things to do. But when we talk about just like the blocking and tackling of city government, you know, a lot of the stuff y'all do every day is really important to that and things that our community counts on. And so I don't want to overlook that. And so that's public safety, utilities, public works, art, housing diversity, making the city a good workplace, just some basics of, and many other things, obviously, that you all do to make our city great. My number 2 is economic development, and I have a lot of sub-bullets on that one that I'll just run through quickly. If you look at the current plan, and you look under the economic development, strategic initiative 2, 11 of the 15 goals are roads, or are transportation related. Not that that's not contributing to economic development, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's a robust economic development centric strategic initiative 2. So I think we have some, we can apply more focus there. Increasing funding for EEDA, I think has been mentioned a few times. I want to look at our land acquisition strategy, and so that kind of goes with what Maggie was saying about public land. But what should our strategy be? I've mentioned this to a few of you separately and to Heather, but I think we need to look at that and think about, as we're preparing financial stuff for next year, you know, do we want to budget to buy land to help with economic development? We haven't really talked much about that. Let's see, the code update plays into economic development. I think you mentioned that. I've heard a lot just in my 6 months or whatever here about the development process. I've talked to Randy a lot about that. I've talked to Ken some about that. Talked to Steve some about that. I think we have a lot of, you all have made a lot of improvement. I'm sort of new still, but just hear about it a lot. And so I'm hoping that we can have a focus area of streamlining our development process. And just when things come through the city, and a lot of you have different roles in that, and don't take this as criticism to what you're doing or what you've already fixed, but I'm still hearing about it some. So I think we can use our DIRC committee to do that in a large part. I think there's some work to go with the development code, with laying out the process flows and then optimizing those. A lot of opportunity there, I feel like, to reduce time and flow, as we call it, kind of in a manufacturing view. And then have a little more visibility in how those things are going. Fast tracking new to market, like game-changing developments, I feel like is something we need to think about. Not to pick winners or losers, but just, you know, if there's something that's going to move the needle on sales tax, I think we need to collectively prioritize that. Youth sports facility was on my list as well. Several mentioned. Monetizing what I call dead corners. We have a lot of dead corners in our city. If you go to any major intersection, it's likely that one of those corners is not as productive as it could be. And so I think that's something we need to look into and work with the EDA on, is how do we redevelop those and turn them into something that's generating more revenue for the city. Plan for the downtown buildings we talked about. Festival Marketplace we talked about, Maggie talked about. And then supporting, you know, University District Plan, Route 66 Anniversary and Common Ground, RTA, those things that are kind of secondary contributors to economic development. I'd like to start, I don't know if you all have done this yet, but start a discussion with the Corps of Engineers on Arcadia commercial development, restaurant, boardwalk, whatever. I've heard people talk about it. We're not going to get very far in the first year on that, but just to start thinking about the possibilities of that, because the Corps takes a long time to do things, as I understand. Okay, that was my number 2. Number 3 was road improvements, and I think we've touched on that a few times, but the way that, you know, I think we need to think more about how we can measure success in that area, and all these metrics I think exist, and I touched on a few of them already, but improving our average PCI, reducing crash rates, reducing congestion. Obviously, you know, throughput at intersections is a big one too. Broadway corridor study plays into that. Impact fees, I would like you to write down impact fees. We need to revisit that. I think you agree with that too. pick it up where we left off and maybe reconsider how we were approaching that before. I think it was overkill before. And then the last one was, I just called it operational efficiency, but that gets into some of the internals that maybe I can work with staff separately with thoughts, but some of the measurements and metrics and then trying to drive efficiency and improvement in certain areas. Financial priorities fall into that, like I mentioned earlier. I have a lot of thoughts there, but I won't go too deep into that. And that's probably it for me. Yeah. Oh, I need to go back? Oh. Yeah. Good.
Not bad.
I could do more if you want. Yes. Yeah.
Well, I first want to talk about budget and fiscal transparency. I know what the mayor's saying. The press is here, so I want you to know that every dollar we spend is transparent. It's all right there in black and white. I think what that word, you might put a slash there and add simplicity on figuring this out. I know that Ms. Panis has been working on this, and I appreciate that. So simpler is better when it comes to public funds. If people know where it's going and what's coming in, that's it. Everything else up there, the economic development, put a little hashtag there with me. I think we've got to do something. I know we're working hard at downtown and out at Covell and I-35, Covell and Sooner. I'd like to get that done and wrapped up to where revenue's coming in, new to market coming in, that would be helpful. I do appreciate what Maggie said about the historical preservation of things we have in town. That's important to me. Festival Marketplace is very important to me, and I support that master plan. Youth sports, I know we had a little brief presentation this morning that discussions are ongoing. I hear that every time I bring it up. I'd like to hear they're ongoing and we're about to do something, or we can do this, or we can do that. We need to strengthen, I think we need to strengthen our efforts on trying to get something like that done. I've been around the country. I see what other communities our size are doing and the economic stimulus that a 4 or 5 day soccer tournament does for those communities. And I'd like to see us get something done on that. The rest of this will work itself out. There was something, I can't read any of that. None of it's big enough.
So you're going to roll it over.
Just roll it right in front of you.
The fast tracking development, the other night I listened to Mr. Bryan's and Ms. Smith's presentation on the update. I'm very interested in that. I hope that we can make things a little simpler at times to get those things done. I'm still adamant about development in East Edmond. We cannot build 200 and 300, 400 home neighborhoods with the infrastructure we've got out there. We can't. And I think that needs to be looked at. I don't know, I'm not saying a moratorium out there. That's not reasonable, and that's not what I'm saying. It's just that I think we need to be extremely cautious how we go about that. We're going to overload our systems out there. We don't, a fire station out further east. All of those things go into account with rooftops out there. And once we get some economic development going out there, some businesses and restaurants and retail, that'll help. Money will come in, we can develop out there. That's important to me. And Katie, I'd really like to do something about these food trucks. Preston mentioned we've got some corners that aren't very appealing here in town. There's one of them right out there on 2nd and Bryant, that old ratty 7-Eleven that's no longer there. You got food trucks parked there. You know, that's just couple of miles off the interstate, and that's what people are looking at when they come to Edmond, or if you live here, you drive by it. We've got to do something about cleaning up those intersections and some type of regulation. Those food trucks are not fair to the brick and mortar stores that pay ad valorem tax, they hire people. It's not fair. And you can park a coffee shop when right across the street from a coffee shop, or a taco truck across the street from a taco store. It's not fair to our businesses to let that happen. And we've got to figure out something to do on that.
So, Barry, the item I skipped was what you got into before you got into food trucks, the East Edmond piece. And what I had written down.
I can go longer about
No,
that.
no, we're good, I think. What I had written down was a controlled and planned growth plan for East Edmond. Because I'm right there with you. We can't support it. The East Edmond 2050 plan very clearly stated that if we developed East Edmond according to the best scenario in that study, that report that committee came up with, that it was going to cost us $700 a year per new home east of the interstate. And what that really means is that it's going to cost us more for every new home in town. And if we don't have the support structure in place, if we don't have the revenue to cover it, how are we going to afford it? And so we've got to come up with a controlled and planned strategy on how we do it. And I think that's going to take some work. So I just wanted to add that to your statement. That was the only thing that I think really didn't get covered exactly the way I had it written down.
And while you're on that, one thing that we might, and I don't know, Mr. Bryan, it may not be a good idea, but at least it's worth talking about it. Back in the day during the mandatory community connections meetings that the city facilitated, I know it's suggested now to developers to do those, and they do them on their own. They don't like to do them. They half-ass do them, and it could get better. And so maybe there's something we can do to engage the citizens with proposed development to have a better line of communication for those citizens, so they're not constantly operating out of fear on what's going there, to have some chats about that. So I don't know if we can bring that back, or if we can make it part of the code update that you're going to do one. You might have to do two. But you've seen firsthand the ones that have done it well. There's very little questions at a planning commission or a city council meeting. And those that don't do it, it's a problem. And we had one out east, I don't know, 6 months ago, whatever it was, 8 months ago. The guy said he did one on Facebook. Well, what does that mean? So it doesn't hurt to look at somebody and talk to them.
I've got a couple more. I think Preston touched on it, Route 66, Uncommon Ground. I think of two things. So tourism, when people come to town and just spend their money here and then they leave, that's okay. It helps our sales tax, it helps our city. So I want to make sure that I think our tourism department, Jennifer, you do a great job. And with that, I remember years ago when you first came to this role in Edmond, I remember having conversations about, I think there's a disconnect between citizens in their own city. And I think it's gotten a lot better since you've been here. And I think citizens are connecting more. They're finding more community in downtown, and through community events, there is a draw to Edmond. So tourism is important, especially with Route 66. We will have international tourists, and then I think about the Olympics. So I just want to make sure that we are always ready. I think you said open for business, but I want to make sure that we're open for visitors and that we're welcoming. And I think we've made some really great strides in the past few years. Preston, you also said maintaining a foundation of excellence. And when I look at this board, we don't have, we have Mitch Park up there, but I think about all all the things we do have, our parks, the tennis center, our relationship with the YMCA, you know, all those things that add quality of life. Those are why people live here and stay here. So I just want to make sure we steward those relationships well, that we take care of our parks and amenities really well. So.
Okay. So what do we got, about 18 things up there? And I will admit that when you look at it, some of them are more goal statements that would roll up with some of the others. So I'm going to have to turn into the facilitator that I typically am when I do this. So I'm coming up front. I think it's going to be easier.
Huh?
My house. I'll bring you one tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
That means our batteries run down?
Is the light green?
No, it's blinking red.
Test, test.
Oh, now it's,
Just needed the right touch.
I see. Now it's green.
It's a user problem.
Okay, so if we've got 18 up here, too many. But like I said, a lot of this could really be goals under some of the others. So I'm gonna look at you four. What do you think the 7 are? And it doesn't mean that the others disappear, because a lot of it rolls up under something else. So we got these cool little dots. Phil, if you had to pick 7 strategic vision statements out of this, what would they be?
My 7 ideas?
Yeah, I think.
Were we supposed to make statements?
Yeah.
Well, this is how we get to those statements.
Oh. I didn't know.
I think there's some obvious ones that are subs under other. It's your turn. I mean, like, fast-track development was an aspect of economic development.
So I'm hearing economic development.
Well, that's definitely one. That's got 5 marks. Oh, you're wanting to go the other way. Okay.
I think streets and road plan project.
So we can go here when we talk about long-term comprehensive road program, and that pulls your 5-year
Yeah.
plan under, right?
Right.
Okay? Jump in.
Economic development, of course.
Yep. And a lot of this falls under economic development,
Right.
right? Winds up as goals.
Youth sports, we gotta do something about that.
In round 1, we may still wind up with 10. Don't worry about it.
East Edmond,
I mean, to me, that's one, budget and fiscal transparency, simplicity. I really like the way you said that, Barry, because, look, government, let's admit what it is. Government finance is complex, but it doesn't have to be complicated. So if we can simplify it, it makes it easier to explain. Okay, there's 4.
go ahead and put a little gizmo about messaging to residents.
Yeah, right there.
I think East Edmond's got to be one.
I guess the devil's in the detail, but again, I mean, East Edmond doesn't tell me a whole lot. There's a whole lot that needs to go underneath that. I don't even know what that means, East Edmond.
Well, it
Okay.
was,
North
it
Edmond,
was
South
shortened
Edmond.
for, when the 2 of us got through with it, it was controlled planned growth. And, I mean, that could be a statement
Yeah,
as a
that's
general,
good one.
right?
That's a good.
And then East Edmond grows underneath it, several other things come in.
Citizen engagement in that East Edmond. for all of it.
I mean, I think the maintaining foundation one was important, just so we don't overlook the things that aren't shiny and new here.
This one,
Yeah.
maintain.
I hate to keep adding the whole deal, but, I mean, with the dollars involved and the need, I mean, I, somewhere along the way, I don't know if it makes top 5 or top whatever, but it's a water treatment facility. I mean, that's,
Well, like I said, this is round one, okay? We may figure out how to wordsmith all of this to get to that. I mean, what we shoot for when we do this is typically 4 to 7 strategic statements that we can make, strategic visioning statements we can make. And then after that, what comes underneath it is going to be goals. And so for each strategic vision we have, we should probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 goals. And when I say 4, that's short-term goals. Some are long-term, but we're really focused on the short term, what we can accomplish over the next year, so.
Mayor, you and I talked about open for business, put one of them up there.
So are we saying, we're trying to come up with 4 to 7 statements, and then, because if I knew we were doing statements,
Yeah,
I
if we
probably would have
say-
said it differently.
If we say we want, let's say we expand on where it says economic development. We say, we want an economic development strategy that benefits the city of Edmond as a statement. In the next year, what are the things we need to be focused on? Those are the goals.
Okay.
Think about it that way.
Yeah, I think a lot of these are goals.
Yeah.
There are, but you can't get, you generally can't get to visioning statements if you don't know what people are thinking, right? So what we don't have marked here is Arcadia Lake Development, Historic Preservation, Festival Marketplace, Strategy for City-Owned Property, 5-year street growth plan, which we've already said, that would fall under that for sure. Finishing out downtown, that would probably fall under economic development, just very quickly. Mitch Park Master Plan. Fast-tracking development would easily be economic development. Impact fees. If we really change this to be controlled planned growth, East Edmond, how we do it would fall under it. And fast-tracking development could come under that as well, right? There's a couple of others.
I just don't know where to put more food trucks. I would
What-
say more.
More food trucks. Okay, where do we put those more food trucks? What's
East
that
Edmond.
coming? Or is that a vision all of its
You
own?
escort him out of here. Mr. Mayor, how about, this is a thought. Budget, transparency, simplicity. That's 1. Economic development, that's 2. That covers a lot of things. Regional development, that includes historic development.
What'd you say, reasonable development?
Yeah, managed, reasonable, but include historic. And then tourism, if you throw that in, that's youth sports, that's economic development, all of that. Tourism's important. And then operational and administrative efficiency and excellence. There's 5 categories that probably most of those will go in.
Like that right there?
Yeah. I guess I can't read it, but it looks
I
like.
think,
I'm up here and I can't read some of them, so.
But
I think
But
transportation.
that's why I didn't want to write,
That's
because no
fine.
one would be able to read mine.
I think
that's 5
transport-
categories that I think tidies up most of those.
I think transportation has to be one.
Okay, there you go, add that.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Preston.
I got it right there. So can we wordsmith those 6? You said reasonable development, right? We
Yeah, but-
envision, if you said it this way, we envision colon, reasonable development. You kind of reworded the budget and fiscal piece, right?
I think we should, going forward, since the Budget Reform Committee is about to wrap up, I think we should focus that more on financial diligence. That's how I say it. It summarizes all aspects of it.
So get a little more higher vision on that and say fiscal diligence.
Yeah.
We envision fiscal diligence. I can agree with that.
I feel like the budget things, the Reform Committee is going to address a lot of that, transparency and simplicity as well. I think going forward, it's going to be about establishing the right financial goals and then following through on that stuff.
Okay. We envision long-term, do we say program, do we say system when we talk about comprehensive road? How do we want to say it? I mean, that's the way I said it. What makes sense to you guys?
I feel like we're lacking a plan right now, like I said earlier.
Well, that becomes a goal, right? The plan becomes a goal. But once you have the plan, if you just put the plan up there,
Yeah.
when the plan's done, then are you done? We don't want to do that. We want to know that we're going the right direction and that we have something that future councils, that the staff 20 years from now can keep following.
I mean, it's
We want to
improved.
make our mark so that AJ, until the day he retires, he has to make it work.
But to me, it's a combination of road throughput, road conditions, and traffic remediation.
Mhm.
So I don't know how we would
System program.
summarize all that, whatever Corso wants to call it.
Let's look over here. Steve,
Transportation,
how would you say that?
transportation improvement, or, I don't know. Safety, congestion, road quality.
I'm not leaving that one.
I think we're talking about cars and their transportation plan, but I think, well, I guess no, it says comprehensive road plan. But if we're talking about, like, we have people who walk and who cycle or who ride buses, I think they're also an important part of a transportation
So
plan.
comprehensive transportation program or system?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can, absolutely, Chris, if you've got an idea, because we're obviously not getting there.
So what if it,
No pressure.
I can't help it, sorry. What if it's just long-term comprehensive infrastructure maintenance program? And then you can lump it all together.
Oh, man, this is where I wish I had my little gold stars from one of the classes I teach. Gold stars and red dots. I can give you a gold star today.
Bill gets a red dot.
Now, say it again, long-term,
It's on video.
long-term, comprehensive. Infrastructure. Can I say, infrastructure, can I then say, end it with system?
Yeah, I think it's gotta.
Because then it's all encompassing? What do you all think?
Oh, I like it. Ms. Robertson, are you writing any of this down, please?
She could be typing.
There, so we can see it.
Can't see that.
You can't read my writing either, Barry?
No, it's not that. I just don't want this to get, our thoughts to get
What are we
lost.
agreeing to? We can't read it.
So. Okay, we gotta kind of give a vision statement to that economic development piece. I'm gonna look at my book and see what I said.
Well, we don't necessarily have to use the word economic development, but economic development is part of our city sustainability. I mean, if we don't have sales tax, then we can't function. I don't know if sustainability is the word, or,
I mean, So we envision economic sustainability,
Yeah.
and then all that stuff comes under it.
I think growth needs to be emphasized. I mean, economic development is revenue growth, essentially, right?
So, long-term economic growth and sustainability. Let me write that down.
The sustainability part of that falls under financial programs.
So, long-term economic growth and sustainability.
I think, let's do long-term economic growth. Because sustainability, adding growth in there.
We envision long-term economic growth.
Why
Good.
Why long-term?
We don't want it to be short-term.
Well, if they happen quickly.
If you don't put long-term, what happens? If it's just economic growth, okay, so we increase our revenue by 1% over the next year, we're done. We don't have to do any more because it grew.
It'll be sustainable.
Oh, now you two are arguing about growth or sustainability.
You're talking about something else.
Yes or no? Long-term economic growth? Okay, I see three heads nodding, so three wins.
Long-term with short-term wins.
And then, so we did that. We got this maintaining foundation of excellence. We envision.
Sounds good to me. Leave it like that.
Put that in the statement. We envision maintaining our foundation of excellence.
Definitely aspirational.
It is an
It'll
aspirational
be
statement.
tougher to get to the
It is
action
aspirational,
steps.
that's okay. I mean, sometimes you gotta have that, right?
Mhm.
So we can live with that. What about this tourism?
That's a lot of things.
We envision tourism, Jennifer, all things tourism. What does that really mean?
I think it falls under economic growth.
Does it?
I think it's
That's the purpose, right?
I'm hearing it falls under economic growth. Speak up here. Sway it.
So I believe it's creating the places for visitors, like the top-notch sports complex. It's the Arcadia Lake Master Plan. It's the Mitch Park. Those things all attract visitors and tourism.
Did you sway anybody?
Still for the purpose of economic growth, right?
I mean,
For us to do too.
literally, when we start talking about the goal piece of it, we can flesh that out, I think, even more. So, you good with it? I saying that, you have part of that one? Which means we're down to 5? Okay, now here's what I want to do. See, because now I got the microphone, and I'd like to entertain a motion from the council to take a break until 2:20. And I want the 5 of us, while you're breaking, to think about where those other things on here, where they fit as a goal, and any other goals we might have. And I want you all to think about these 5. And if you have anything that you think of that we've missed, that we should be talking about either as a short-term goal or a long-term goal, be ready to bring them up when we come back. okay? Because then that will feed into the last piece at this level, which is how do we measure it? And we may not get through with that piece, how do we measure it today? Because we do have a hard stop at 3:30. But then wherever we get, that's when we'll pick up tomorrow, because then it becomes, in each of your areas of responsibility, how do you feed what we come up with? And we'll create it more as a document that you can look at. And that's how we'll spend our time tomorrow. And I can assure you, we won't get through that piece tomorrow, but we'll put a deadline out there so that AJ can work with staff to say, how are we going to feed this thing? How are we going to make this happen? Okay? So I'd entertain a motion.
Move,
2:20?
2:20.
move we adjourn until 2:20.
Recess.
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 Second.
I have a motion to recess until 2:20 and a second. Cast your vote.
Barry's recessed.
And it passes. See you all at 2:20.
Second.
Motion is second. Cast your vote.
Oh, sorry. You can vote for you. Vote for
Barry's
yourself.
gonna vote. I am. And we're back. So while we were gone, we ran through and came up with goals that were sitting in there as previous statements, and we'll have to kind of clean some stuff up and decide what's important, short-term and long-term. But under long-term comprehensive infrastructure system, we have a 5-year street growth plan. We have, help me out here with this, Chris, it says water treatment plant. Whoever said it, finishing,
It's continuing, right?
continue,
What did we say last year? Support development of the revised water treatment plant expansion plan.
we'll tweak that one a bit.
Continue.
That was all we had on one. On number 2, wait, no, you put that in there, just put it, just put it in there as a water treatment plant. We'll clean it up. Then under number 2, Arcadia Lake Development. Festival Marketplace Master Plan. Strategy for city-owned property and acquisition. Finishing out downtown. Mitch Park Master Plan. Fast tracking development. Youth sports facility. And finally, tourism. Under number 3, messaging to residents. Partnerships. And Mr. Moore, food trucks.
That's one. Actually, Mayor, thank you.
You did want to add a couple of things here somewhere, right?
I did. looking at reasonable development, that may be, one person's reasonable may be different than another. Reasonable is pretty subjective. How about planned as opposed to reasonable? Perhaps.
Responsible?
Responsible. I mean, one person's responsible, I don't know, but planned might work in there as well. And
Well,
then the
you
other-
run into the same thing. One person's plan is another person's train wreck.
Right, so perhaps planned might work in there somewhere. And then the second thing is, every May, we spend 3 or 4 hours talking about something that's important, is CARC. There's not enough money there. I'd like to see more. We've got people in our community that need things, that are less fortunate. And I don't know how we strengthen that or assist in that, but I'd like to see something about that. It's already an excellent program that Ms. Batterson does, but maybe there's more we can do. I know one year, the Fostering Sweet Dreams, to give a blanket to a foster kid was, they were trying to cut that. They weren't, that's not right. A kid needs a blanket. So I'd like to work on that somehow, if Ms. Batterson will let me.
So I put it up there, CARC,
Thank you.
and I put it under number 3, maintaining our foundation of excellence.
That's important, thank you.
I also, on that reasonable development, what if we said reasonable / planned development?
Mr.
I
Bryant?
mean, anywhere we go, we're gonna get into semantics on what's reasonable or what's planned. Is it what you want or what you don't want? But as a vision, we can then drop what we want under it. And in this particular case, when we're looking at number 4, we're open for business. We've got historic preservation. And we've got East Edmond. Okay. You had pigtailed in here, Maggie, the word affordability. Do we need to throw that as a category, a goal underneath it? Or does that come out of what we're getting with reasonable plan development?
It's a touchy word. Not for me personally. I don't know. Up to y'all.
I could see it as a goal under number 4, the attainable workforce.
So affordable housing,
Let's do attainable or workforce.
attainable.
Workforce.
So here's what I will always tell anybody that wants to listen to me. When you say the word affordable, it means different things to different people, depending on what your income level is. And as long as you're accepting of that statement, it works. If you don't like the fact that you stratify what you can afford, then attainable may be a better word. So,
She wrote attainable. That's what we're saying.
okay, then we want attainable. I like the way you did that, Jane. What about fiscal diligence, which is the one, this is really interesting because when we look at fiscal diligence, the only one we have up here at this point, because Preston and I both recognize that this can turn into this massive laundry list if we're not careful, but we put impact fees.
I pulled out a few things like big rocks from my longer list.
What?
Some of the big items that were on my list that I didn't talk about.
Well, yeah, to to me, it's, when we talk about fiscal diligence, it's budget structure. When you talk about the process, so the budget process, it's how we structure it. Because if you create the process correctly, it should make it a whole lot easier to do. It makes it a whole lot cleaner.
Are you really saying implement the Budget Reform Committee's recommendations?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we could say, we implement budget task force recommendations.
Well, I don't know what those
Yeah,
are.
we haven't seen them.
Do what?
I don't know what those are.
Well, we don't know yet, because
Okay.
they haven't come to us.
Right, but then we'll have to vote on them.
That's right,
Yeah.
that's right.
So,
As approved by
May
council,
not.
maybe?
Well, we could just say,
discussion,
budget task force recommendations.
yeah.
Take the word implement out.
Well,
Because then they're coming to us and we gotta decide what we're doing.
Right.
is the budget task force an ongoing,
No, it ends next month.
okay, I thought so. Okay.
Can you live with that? I can. I can tell you that there's at least 3 people in this room who are ready for it too.
Make that 4.
Taylor's back here says that'd be 5.
He likes it.
So what else on fiscal diligence? Because you had some other stuff. I gotta look at my notebook.
I'll just say a few that are top of mind. So conservative planning, I don't know if we want these all to be goals, but these are just things important to me as we start the next year. Conservative planning was one. When it comes to our revenue and expenditure projections and our reserves and things like that. Completing the rollout of Questica with Kathy's group was another one. Citywide capital plan, we've talked about in Finance Committee. I really think that's important for us to do this year to complete.
I think we have to throw that on there, the capital plan,
Okay.
citywide capital plan. You can really put that on there if everybody else agrees, because we've talked about it a couple of times.
Debt reduction strategy, we haven't had time to get to that in Finance Committee yet, but maybe something we want to address. Maybe we don't want to reduce it, maybe we do, but addressing it one way or another. And then increased reporting, frequency, we've talked about that a little bit throughout the year.
I think that comes under our task force. The one thing that I think we ought to put up there that may or may not be under the task force is responsibility and accountability of budget ownership. And what I mean by that is, if you're a department head and you have a budget, it's your budget. You're responsible for it, you're accountable for it. And I say that because past experience, when I worked for the state, I walked into that situation multiple times where budgets were out there, but people did, number one, they didn't know they had it. Number two, if they knew they had it, they really didn't have any control over it. And I think it's very important, if we're gonna be fiscally responsible as managers for the city of Edmond, that it's your budget, you fought for it, now you ought to be able to do what you need to do with it. It's very important, because how else do we hold you accountable? How does AJ hold anybody accountable if it's not your budget and you have fought there? Doesn't mean you always get what you want, right? Keith's over here nodding real big. But you don't always get what you want, do you? But you know what? If it's yours, once it's yours, you ought to be able to own it. And I think that's a big deal for all of us. So can we put that on there? Budget ownership, maybe wordsmith that a little bit better. And on that other stuff you had, is there, or does that get us close enough?
I think that's close enough. We only want 4, right?
Yeah, I would prefer, I mean, that's typically what I shoot for with organizations.
Can you scroll back up, please, Jane? The long-term economic growth, the strategy for city-owned property and acquisition. I don't know about that.
Where do you think it should be? We spitballed it.
I know,
Number
during the
4?
recess.
Should it be under 4?
I don't know.
The acquisition part of it, to me, is economic development.
I agree, but it sounds like we don't, not all of our city property is going to be for economic growth.
Yeah, you're right.
You're
Maybe we
right.
should split those up.
So acquisition, I guess, could stay there, but then the maintaining a foundation of excellence, maybe it goes there? I don't know.
Or plan development.
But we're not developing all the city-owned property.
If we're just talking about downtown, that's probably more number 2. If we're talking about all city-owned, I mean, are we talking about looking at all city-owned property?
Well, that was kind of the statement that was made earlier.
Which one do we want it to be here, though? What's our goal?
Well, I think that was what well, I think we both talked about it, but our strategy for city-owned property, so we have,
I was just talking about downtown when I said
you were, okay.
the city buildings specifically that we.
Yeah, but I don't know if, I would be fine with it moving, the acquisition part can stay, but, or you can overrule me and decide to leave it, but.
Where would you move it?
Maintaining, I mean, if we're maintaining city property, which is public property.
That's why I'm not crazy about the words reasonable and plan. I mean, strategic, I like it better. And then strategic development takes on a lot of different shapes. Doesn't mean you turn it into something. Maybe you rent it, maybe
Yeah.
you do whatever. You can still hold it that way.
I like it. I was gonna say thoughtful, but I like strategic better.
And the comments come from the public here. Listen, if you put the word acquisition in there, anybody who reads that, it's gonna think we're gonna sell one. You haven't made that decision.
No. That's a very valid comment. You put the word acquisition, it says, does that say we're going to start buying up property all over town?
Or you're gonna start selling them.
Or you're going to start selling it?
We don't have to put that in our list here. I think we need to talk about it, but we could do it. Doesn't have to be. That's a good point.
I just want to take care of it. I think and we could have meant different things and said similar things, but we have to maintain what we have. And there could be strategy involved with that at some point.
So if we took the word acquisition out, we just said strategy for city-owned property.
City-owned property isn't necessarily for economic growth.
No, I was going to move it.
Some of it will be.
I was going to move it.
Okay, is that what you're gonna
I was
say?
actually going to move it down either under number 3 or under number 4, either one.
Okay.
I think it's 4.
What do you think about that?
I think it should be 3.
See, that's what I thought it should be 3 too, because it comes back to, are we really thinking about what we're doing to maintain that image of what we're doing and how we do it? Which I think also goes a little bit to what Randall is saying, is when you talk about the expectations that the residents of Edmond have in regards to what the city does, are we in alignment with their expectations?
Are we?
Yeah, and with this specifically, there has to be strategy and there has to be a lot of conversations. The legal team has to be involved. The city manager, it just takes a lot of, I think this is a very we need to be careful how we say it, and I'm happy with it there at this point.
So I think the big, I mean, we're pretty close on most of it. I mean, if we've got five, we've got five. I'm not concerned about that. But when we look at number 2, long-term economic growth, and we've got all of that bundled together, we've got what, 3, we've got 7 items there. Is there a better way to say it? Do we have anything that even talks about what our long-term economic growth, do we have anything in there, Phil, that talks about the strategy that we're looking for out of EEDA?
That should be A.
That should be A, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
So, under 2A, just add one in, don't delete, but should be, how do you want to say it? The goal should be to have a comprehensive economic development strategy led by EEDA. I mean, to go that far is to say that.
Long-term necessary.
Well, that came down to when we talk long-term, we're looking from today to the future. And if all you do is say economic growth, if all we're doing is what can we do in the next 12-month period into discussion, and we go out and we bring one business in and nothing else, well, we've done it. That was kind of the conversation we had earlier.
I can see Barry's point in that economic growth can be short-term and long-term. But yeah, that'll be,
So maybe it's strategic economic growth.
Or just
Is that
economic
better?
growth.
Mary?
I don't know, long-term just makes, we need to do it now. And,
We envision strategic economic growth. Do you like the sound of that? Do you like the sound of that?
I personally think tourism could be its own category, either like sub in this or its own. And then Arcadia Lake development and youth sports facilities and maybe Festival Marketplace.
So let me throw a wild one at you. What if we said
Yeah.
tourism and recreation? We
Sure.
envision a strong tourism and recreation.
And then put all those down
Program.
underneath it. Yeah, do that.
So that becomes number 6. And then under it, we would have Arcadia Lake. Right? Mitch Park. Giving you fits. Youth sports.
I think Festival Marketplace, it is economic, but it also is run by Parks and Recreation. So I think it could go either
It could be both places.
place. Yeah,
It could truly be both places, right?
I think so.
So then let's just copy and paste it down there.
With the economic growth section, in A, in addition to strategy, we probably also need to look at policies and procedures.
Hang on a second.
Sorry.
You were saying under what number?
With A, under 2A,
Okay.
you could just add policies and procedures.
I've heard Phil talk about that, adopting policies for that process.
It could be with that or
Yeah, I would just say
whatever.
including policies and procedures. What do you think, Phil?
Yeah.
You have any policies? That's good.
I would add, number 7, I would add one more, probably uncommon ground, as long as we created that
Scroll
7
down, yeah.
with all of that.
Yeah.
Back to 2, I don't like my own wording on fast track development. That kind of gives the wrong impression of what I was getting at.
Yeah, you're right.
Development process improvement, I think is
Yeah.
probably better encompasses what I.
What do you think of that, Mr. Bryan? It's good. Is that better? Yep.
And that includes the code updates and also just the process itself.
Yeah, that does bundle
Yeah.
quite a bit under it.
Fast track sends the wrong signal. I know what you're saying.
So let's scroll down, we're looking at number 4. Okay. What do y'all think?
Can we-
need to expand East Edmond there, right? Just to clarify what we're saying.
Plan and control?
Like, what, I'm thinking forward to what that's gonna lead to in the next step.
Strategic development, plan and control East Edmond plan,
Control growth.
plan and control growth of East Edmond.
There you go.
Okay?
Can we go to number 1?
Yeah, we can go back to number 1.
We spent quite a while earlier talking about sidewalks. So should we get more specific about multimodal transportation? Because street growth is for cars.
Do we want to call it street growth, though?
Yeah.
Street and roads, I think is what we said.
Road
I don't like
improvement
growth.
plan, or-
Street and roads plan.
I think it was street and roads. I think someone wrote down road.
Yeah.
Oh.
Street roads plan, though?
But no growth.
No
Take the growth
yeah.
out.
Delete growth, yeah.
We have enough.
You got that growth.
And does that include sidewalks? We can say that, or do we need to add it?
No, I think, yeah, we should. I mean, we got to get them at some point.
Yeah, what's the best way to say that?
Add some sidewalk.
Planners,
To me, that's part of that's part of the street and roads plan.
Is it though?
So,
Yeah.
while we're on that,
Transportation.
Street and
you know, Glenn's been awful quiet over here.
I was getting ready to say,
Is there anything we need to be
surely he'll
focused
throw
on?
out substation here
Will we
pretty
talk
quick.
about this with Edmond Electric?
Bury all the power lines.
Sorry.
Them
You know,
leaving
we've
solar.
talked about the sales, the CAT-cent sales tax and $12 million, or $12 million in road improvements, depending on what's done, will be about a $2 million a year that we need to budget for going forward, starting in 2027, for utility relocation, because that does impact us, and that's one of the things we gotta consider. You know, water treatment plant, we're working with Chris right now to dedicate a substation for a water treatment plant. I don't know where that funds are coming from, but that's going to be about a $7 to $8 million project. Oh gosh, pretty much everything in there costs me money somewhere or another. So it's just part of a balancing act, and that's kind of what we got to consider is what, you know, I know EDA funding came up earlier, and we're the primary, you know, we fund their operating budget and do $100,000 a year. We talked about property acquisition was taken out, Randall. But that's something I'd support, and how that's supported is, you know, up to debate and how that's funded, because, you know, we're primarily residential, and from a utility perspective, both water and electric, residential customers
Chris has got to provide water, I've got to provide electric, solid waste service. So any growth that goes on is going to impact all the utilities in PWA across the board. It's not just one or the other.
Should we take out B and just let that one be a higher level?
Thank you.
How about that?
I just realized that, and this is a testament to how safe our city is, but we didn't say anything about safety. And that would probably,
That was under number 3.
Yeah.
where?
Agreed.
Oh, it needs to be added.
Yeah.
Okay. Supporting police and fire. Police, fire, emergency management. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Thank you. That's funny.
Mayor, can we add something under number 3 about, we've already got it, but if this is a public document for the public to see, we need to continue our efficient and effective governmental services to the citizens, something along those lines.
Operational efficiency?
Is that?
That was the term I used.
Operational efficiency.
Perfect. For the city.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay? And understand, some of these, when we talk about the goal, it's more of a statement that we're there, especially when you talk about this particular item, right? Some of it is just, are we maintaining it? It's not like we're having to change what the police or the fire do. But when we start talking about how we measure, it comes back to, there's a metric there. Because all of a sudden, we wind up with 1 or 2 metrics under that category that addresses maybe all the rest of that stuff, but the public safety aspect, and then how do we measure the public safety aspect? So, other comments, thoughts? Are there any other words we need to take out, Randall?
We'll hear about that tomorrow. Back to the city-owned properties. We heard this morning, there's no plan of any kind with city-owned properties. So what strategy do we have for city-owned properties if we never discussed it, don't have any conversations going on about it?
Undeveloped.
Development.
Where does it say that?
It's getting ready to, right there, develop
Create.
a strategy.
I mean, I'm not sure what that means. I know what it means, but I'm not sure. For example, I mentioned a year or so ago, I thought we ought to have a daycare facility for city employees. Well, the perfect place to do that would be in the basement over there. It's right next to the police station, and it's as safe as you can be. That'd be a purpose for a city-owned property, in my judgment. I don't know what, it may not be for somebody else, but it would be, I think, that's a strategy that I have. So I don't know.
The way I saw this going was, with that action we assigned earlier, was have a working session to talk through things like that. Maybe we need multiple of them, I don't know, and then come out with kind of a list of things we want to go do based on
Yeah,
those.
because, I mean, we could have a conversation with Ms. Pierce about whether or not we can have, it might help with employee retention if they can take their baby over there across the street from the police station, go to work, it'd save them $2,000 a month. That's a lot of money. So, I don't know, but that's for another conversation.
That's kind of when you get into the nuts and bolts of what those goals really mean and what you're gonna do to address them. And
Right.
that's kind of the second piece of this whole thing,
Okay,
which is
all
what
right.
tomorrow
All right.
is about. Even then, not what we'll get there, right? Because chances are, we won't get through all of it. I mean, this is a big list. And the big thing, though, is when we look at those 7 strategic vision statements now, it's like, how do we know we're going the right direction? Having the goals helps us kind of understand what's going on. But if you go up to number 1, and you look at it, a long-term comprehensive infrastructure system, we envision a long-term, how are we going to measure success? How do we know we're going the right direction? If we measure it monthly, we measure it weekly, whatever, we measure it monthly.
Well,
What do we measure to say we're moving in the right direction and that our citizens are happy that we're doing this?
well, if they've got clean drinking water and the lights come on, then we've settled up B and C. So, I mean, I know what you're saying, but, yeah.
So, you just said it. I mean, in the bottom line, then when you look at that, is when we talk about streets, I mean, you look at streets, we got to figure out what that means. But when you look at water and utility infrastructure, it's like, okay, your measurement for this month is
Well, I don't have any doubt.
what percentage of the time were the lights on without interruption?
No, that's number 3. This one is, like, for A, I think we're getting ahead to the next step here a little bit, but
Well, I mean, we're kind of blending into that. How do you measure this? It's the metric piece.
I think A is the combination of PCI and safety and, throughput and things like that. I think B here is, in the context of comprehensive infrastructure system, I think B is, are things progressing to Chris's plan or not at the end of the year? And I think C is, I think the intent of that one was, when he brought it up was, or when Glenn brought it up, are we planning, I don't know how we measure that one, but are we staying ahead in our planning? I think for East Edmond was where he was getting at with that.
When you look at number 1, I think we got to think about how we measure.
Yeah.
We need a metric or two that measures that. We don't need one for each one of them, but we need to know that there's something top level that says we're doing the right things to move us forward. So when you look at the strategic economic growth, think of it as a whole, how do we measure that? I mean, the obvious one is revenue. Chris, what were you going to say?
Sorry. They all listen to me at management stuff, but under utility infrastructure, I would say, and this is, again, a tomorrow and later on thing, but percent of capital plan executed is a measurable that would come out of that. So we talked about East Edmond sewer and planning growth and all this stuff. So if you're gonna plan it and implement it, then you've gotta have, percent of the plan executed to get there. So all this will happen and fall into place, but it's electric, it's stormwater, wastewater, water, all these things will have to fit together.
I think, based on what you said, we'd come up with an index for that number 1, and that would be percentage completion of the 5-year road plan. That's a percent. Water treatment plant for phase, it's going to be phase 3, phase 2. We're almost done with phase 2, right? So phase 2, phase 3, what percent of phase 3? We talk about utility infrastructure as a whole. We talk about if you develop a plan to handle utility relocations, for instance, right? What percent of that plan is completed? And when we look at that, you take an index of it, you take a weighted, basically you just take a multiplier and say, here's the number. So I mean, we can do something like as easy as that. Because what you're wanting is you're wanting to see that number go up every month, right? Since we're getting closer to completion. So when we talk about strategic economic growth is number 2, what do we want to look at?
Let Heather weigh in on that probably, but
I mean, we may want to wait then when Heather gets here tomorrow and let her weigh in on it.
combination.
I mean, if it was me, I would look at 2 things. I would look at our revenue line as a whole, right? Second one I'd look at is new business openings.
Permits, backlog.
Make it as simple as that.
I think we're talking also, when we look at that, policies and procedures, I want us to look at, study, what are we committing to that effort, resource and tools as a city? Look at best practices, rough percentage based on whether it's per capita, whether it's based on total revenues. What stream is devoted to that? Because it's an investment to produce return on that investment, right? Right now, it's a very, very little part, and so how do we get there? And that takes a lot of discussion, but that's part of a comprehensive plan, is looking at the tools and resources provided to, as an investment in ourselves. Does that make sense?
Well, I think for each of these, there's either, or maybe both, a deliverable or a measure, right? Like Festival Marketplace Master Plan is a deliverable. There's not really a metric with that one, but operational efficiency would probably have some metrics under it that are showing year-over-year improvement in whatever category.
Well,
So I think each one's kind of its
What
own.
we can do with that one is we can figure out what percentage of food trucks are still sitting on a corner, second and brands. He's not even listening to me over here.
I am, I'm not hearing you, but I'm listening to you.
So we have about 30 minutes left.
Yeah.
What do you want to do with the last 30?
Well, I mean, we're kind of chewing through just at a higher level, thinking about getting our juices flowing about metrics. And the truth of the matter is, I think this is probably, we could probably go ahead and start shutting it down for today, because people need to think about how they would measure this.
Do we want to put a
And
name?
we want you all to give us some input on that too. How would you measure this? Because depending on what we decide how we're gonna measure it, then the big piece of it for you all is how do you feed that? If we measure it this way, how do you feed into it? Because it doesn't do us any good to just continue doing the same old thing, the same old way, which is it's ongoing. We want to know that we're getting better as a city. We want to know that the revenue numbers are going right. We want to know that we're attacking the right thing. Because if we're going after the wrong stuff, and we get 4 months down the road, we need to come back together and say, time out, let's change what we're doing. There's nothing wrong with that. So I would say, can we get this list out to everybody pretty quick this afternoon? And then think about it tonight. Think about how you would measure success. And think about it as coming up with 1 or 2 things on each of those 7. You don't have to do something for all of it. Because what we want is we really want those, to be quite honest, no more than 7 metrics that we can look at as a council and with a city manager and say, we're going the right direction. And as Preston just said, some of those things become just straight up deliverables. And that's fine, it's a deliverable. But we need to be able to measure so we can tell our citizens we're going the right direction. So if you all will think about it the rest of the day.
I think one thing too, Mark, a lot of it now, and not that's wrong, a board member of mine always says the easiest thing in the world to do is wordsmith somebody else's work. So we're spending a lot of time wordsmithing now. What I'd like to see is eventually, and not overnight, because I don't want it to be that much shot from the hip. And I realize it may be harder for JD, Terry, I don't know, but some of those things, buy in, each department pick what applies to them, and then at least 2, what I call action plans or implementation steps, in addition to the KPI or the measuring mark, steps to get toward accomplishing that. And that's going to be hard, but if not, it's kind of like AJ and I were talking in the hall, sometimes these things, the old days, they were in a notebook and you put them up on the shelf and they never or very rarely ever got pulled back down. Now they get buried in an electronic file somewhere. So if there's not some kind of action steps to take toward these things, then the metrics probably, we never even get to the metrics unless we're just lucky. Go ahead.
We're gonna come up with metrics for how we're gonna measure it. There has to be some kind of priority. I mean, this is like
Kind of a
shotgun
what?
start. There has to be some kind of a priority. This isn't a shotgun start at a golf outing. I mean, just pick one at random. Under fiscal diligence, is impact fees, the top priority? Is implementing the budget task force, I mean, I'm just cherry picking that one. But I think what might help most, and maybe you can even do that in the next few minutes, I think from a staff standpoint, we need some guidance on what's the highest priority. Is the festival marketplace master plan the highest priority? Is it a higher priority over at Key Lake? I'm belaboring the point, I think you get it. But that's where I think we could use some guidance. For the record, I never told council to try to put people on the show.
No, I was the
He
one who
said
told
it.
you that, yeah.
Go in the budget book.
I believe what
I've
you
been in
said-
too many of these, yeah.
I believe what AJ said was, then we're gonna figure out how to get it as a dashboard on the website so that we're seeing it regularly, whether that's weekly or monthly, we're seeing updates to it so that the citizens see the updates as well. And I think you're right. I think prioritize it because that's gonna make a difference in what you're thinking about. But also, don't think that you all, as staff, have to come up with something for every one of those. Because if you don't feed it, don't worry about it. If you feed it, if you have an impact on what happens, if you can make it better or you can make it worse, that's where you need to be saying, this is how we touch it.
I think the other practical application of priority is as we start thinking about 26, 27 budget and start asking critical questions like, is the organization aligned to do these things? Are the resources that will ask you the budget, or how do we ask you the budget in a way that aligns the resources that are available with meeting your priorities? I think we need that sort of guidance as we go into organizational, budget, all those kinds of planning and decisions.
So
Well-
why don't we use our last 12 minutes to actually talk about that issue? Because we heard her update from Kathy this morning, and, for us to hit what Russell Evans said would require us to actually, in the last 7 months of this fiscal year, have about 6% growth, which with the uncertainty in tariffs still, and what's still going on with interest rates, I don't see that as a doable deal. So when we talk about what's that starting point, if we're gonna prioritize for staff what's important to us, we also need to be able to give them some guidance that says, like AJ just brought up, you gotta make a certain budgetary thought process now of how am I gonna do this with the exact same amount of money or less. And I can tell you, from my perspective, and what we discussed during the budget workshops earlier this year, I think it's probably less money because I think there's a desire for us to do what OMBA would like for us to do, and that's set aside 10%, not, well, can we get to 7% or can we get to 8%? And so if we said the assumption is 10%, and we take that money off the table to start with, how much money do we have at this point to deal with? And that's also part of what that task force is working on, is that process, as we've talked about, that sometime in January, we actually have a meeting and we say, here's the number, the certified number, the revenue dollars we're gonna start with, period. That means it's not gonna change, then we can come back in April and say, here's the number we're at. City manager, how do we adjust the budgets based on that as we work our way through the end of it? But I think we've got to have that thought process in place, right? So I'm gonna look at you four right here.
So do we want to try to give these relative priority right now? Do we want to put names on them for, because what you said earlier was interesting, like, I'm interested in kind of what staff's thoughts are on what they think about these or how we might implement them or measure them tomorrow.
I don't know that we can reprioritize all of that in 19 minutes.
Yeah.
I would be more inclined to say, let's come up with an assumption of how much money we're gonna have. I don't know if I'm a dollar amount, I'm talking about based on what you got in your budget today, if it was the same amount for next year, or it was something more, something less. Because that's gonna, think about it, that's gonna alter the way people think about what can I do in support of all of this? And what has to happen? It also might change our priorities to hear the thoughts in the morning as well, right? Because if, when you look at, for instance, scroll down a little bit for me, Jane. Thank you. A little bit more. Right there under number 5. If all of a sudden, we say, okay, gang, we want you to make this assumption that you're gonna have no new money. What we're at right now is what you're gonna have to start the year, and that's what you got. And if you all come back and say, we can't do this, we can't do this, we can't do this, then what becomes a big priority for us? Possibly impact fees? So it'll change the priority mindset based on what people can or can't do. And I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen. That's why I want to hear what you all have to say. What do you all think we should use as an assumption, strategy-wise, to start our thought processes about priorities and what we measure?
I mean, another way to look at it could be how many of these require more resources, more dollars or people beyond what we already have, right? Because I mean, a lot of them probably are in the noise, or negligible difference to how we're executing today. It's just a thing to do next year. Not all of them, but.
Would you permit us to suggest the priorities?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because I mean, no matter what we give you as a starting point dollar-wise, right? Even if stand still, lose 2%, gain 1%, whatever it is, everybody in here is gonna have some kind of mindset about what priorities you can handle in what order, right?
Well, I was just getting ready to say, Mr. Mayor, we got 15 minutes. We're not going to make any progress here in the next 15 minutes on this. I think what would be helpful is the people that know are sitting this way in the room. They know what is possible and what's not possible, and what maybe with some creative thinking they can do. I think maybe sleep on this and come back bright and early and tackle this thing first thing in the morning when they know what, and take, for example, Mr. Bryan. Now, he and I got haywire a year or so ago about impact fees. Well, I've changed my tune about it, and he's helped me. Yeah, we did. You gave me the stink eye that day. And I've learned a few things about that, and so that can be helpful. And he can go home and maybe come back tomorrow and talk 5 or 10 minutes about those impact fees, as long as you don't use it to pay off City Hall. And I'm open to that. And I think if the people that know this stuff can come back and say, this is reasonable, this is a little out there, I would like to hear from them after sleeping on this and taking a look at it. And I think, and like, take Mr. Lawrence. Now, we're going to have this 5-year plan. That's a lot of work. He's not going to have that for us in the morning, but he's got a vision somewhere on what he can do in 5 years. And he may not be able to devote it to paper tomorrow, but he can certainly think about it and come up with a plan and get us where we need to go. And if we listen to Phil and try to get these economic development policies in place, we can maybe tighten that up a bit. So we can do a lot of work overnight thinking about it and come back, and everybody will have a thought or two rather than trying to wordsmith and continue on that path. So let's do that. And the last thing I want to say is thank everybody in the room for all of their help today. This has been very enlightening, and it's been helpful. So that's what I got.
I just want to avoid confusion on who, if we're going to look at somebody and ask them about these tomorrow, that it's not like we're catching them off guard, right? So I mean,
what I was just going to say was, everyone on staff, let's huddle after this, and we'll make some assignments. I know Randy doesn't have any plans tonight, so. No, I mean, we'll make some, we'll kind of make some assignments and make some assumptions, and be at least somewhat organized to come back and talk
yeah,
about it tomorrow.
sounds good. There's a Thunder game at 10 p.m.
Who are you assigning food trucks to?
You.
You and I'll work on that? Okay.
Who are you least happy?
Oh, careful.
So, AJ, would you like just a blanket assumption from us before you all go upstairs on no new revenue or same revenue or down, just to help you with the creative juices piece of it?
Thank you, Mike.
I think every bit of guidance you can give us is good.
I mean, if it was me, I'm looking at the four of you, if it was me, I would say there's no new revenue, it's exactly the same revenue, and we're gonna do the 10% set aside. Which means there's gonna be a little bit less revenue.
My only adjustment would be move towards 10%. I think last year I came in a little with unrealistic expectations, just not knowing how the general fund worked. And so I think I would say move towards. I don't know if we can get there this year or not. Kind of depends on what we do.
I would agree with that.
I want to give them a hard base to work from, but, so if we said no new revenue and the 10%, it doesn't mean we're gonna get it 10%. We may not be able to do it, but we've got to start somewhere. I mean, that's kind of the way I look at it. And if you say we're gonna move towards it, well, okay, what were we at, Kathy? What did we wind up at, 8.1? Right around 8? Well, okay, so if we go from 8 to 8.1, we move towards it. I don't like that. That's from working
nobody's
with too
gonna
many private sector companies who say, we got better this year, 0.1%. Raw, we've done it.
Okay. I'm not sure it changes what people are going to do tonight, no matter what we say here, so.
It doesn't, but it lets people know that, look, we're not out of the hole yet. We're not clear. The numbers aren't going up yet. Until we get the economic development in place that's bringing in more revenue, we're not there. And we've got to quit living off of the reserves because we can pull money out of our savings account to keep going. And so, I mean, it sets up a little bit tougher situation, but yeah.
We can say 10.
Y'all been kind of quiet over here.
I don't know, I'm a hopeful person. Flat is fine. What if we did 9, we're at 8, 10, I don't know.
You could say 10. It's not going to change what people are doing tonight.
And that's what my guidance is, not no perfection. It's 3:19. You all have families and lives. Oops, I'm not mad. I want to work. I want us to work on this together. I don't want anyone to lose sleep over it or cancel all their plans, and unless you don't want to do the plans, then you should for this reason. But that's all I was gonna say. I don't want anybody to be sweating or losing sleep, but I know you'll do good work, and then we'll work on it again tomorrow.
And is tomorrow devoted to this, and this alone?
Tomorrow, we're gonna be talking about this, how we get to those metrics, and how staff and their departments feel.
Okay.
And, you know, there's gonna be, I guarantee you, there are gonna be people who are gonna say, well, if you all want us to do this, we need this. Or, we're gonna have to do this. It's just like you heard Glenn say, right? Hey, every time you do one of these, it costs Edmond Electric this, whether it's moving utilities or doing additional connections or whatever it is, right? There's a cost there. We wanna be able to have that kind of a conversation so that we can really start thinking about how we move the needle the right direction, and then as we go into the budget process, as we get a new process in place, how we get through it efficiently. And I can tell you, I have never done one of these in the private sector. I've actually done a couple of them in the public sector with government entities, but I've never done one in the private sector where you ever get a whole plan like this in place in 2 days. So don't sweat bullets about it. Our goal is to get that top level kind of buttoned down so that AJ can work with you, all of you, to say, here's where we go. And I appreciate you sitting here and listening to us and watching us go through this process of trying to pull this down into something that we can strive for. Because that's what we're trying to do, is how do we make the residents of Edmond feel like their government is working for them? And that's what we want to do. So I appreciate everybody being here today. Anybody else have anything before we recess for the day?
I have a motion.
Do you have a motion?
I do. We're going to recess for the day. Is that what you said, Mr. Clerk?
Yep.
I move we recess till 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your vote. We are recessed. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.